buy you a cup of coffee, we'll talk about you.
Microphone check.
Good morning, everybody. Just for your information, you're online and streaming on YouTube.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Bastion.
I have a new computer. Is my thing on?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I waited for this confirmation.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just got a new computer for this GA, and I have to reset all the accessibility settings and security permissions for Mumble.
Yep, that's always fun.
Yeah, just like asking how much else I have to reset.
Hi everyone, just a sound check.
Hey, Keith.
It's working.
Okay, everybody. So it is the start time officially. If you are a delegate for a member party, if you wouldn't mind moving into the official delegates room, that would be awesome.
Yes.
Hello.
So how's it looking so far?
Still waiting for folks to come in here. I think we have 4 member parties represented now. I know Russia is on the way.
I think we have a few more than 4 if we look inside the listeners. Do we want to do like our initial roll call?
Yeah, hang on here. Yeah, so I'm getting 5 now, and then when Russia joins, it'll be 6.
There's a few people I don't know who they are, so
Yeah, again, you guys in listeners, if you could just, if you're a delegate for a member party, if you could just move into official delegates, that would be great.
Can I just do a mic check, please? Can you hear me?
it's not good, but it's good enough.
It's not gonna get any better with my back in the woods internet.
You could try to set a little bit more bandwidth for the voice. It seems like you're quite limited in Mumble settings, but you're understandable.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, why don't we just do an official roll call and just see where we're at. So I'll just start, go down the list here. Pirate Party Belgium. Anybody from Belgium here? And if you could just speak up if I when I call your party, one delegate from each party could just speak up and say that you're here. Pirate Party of Brazil.
I don't see any of them, but they submitted a list of delegates this morning, so hopefully they show up.
Yeah.
And Toledo says he's Brazil. Okay.
All right, awesome. We have Brazil here. Catalonia. Anybody from Catalonia? No? All right. Chile. I know we've got Chile here. The Czechs. We know you're here
Yes,
too.
we're here.
Yes. Estonia. Anybody from Estonia? No. France. I know we've got a couple French pirates.
They're just quiet.
Yeah, the French pirates are in the listeners' room right now. So the reason I was asking earlier for you to move into the official delegates room is because in listeners you're muted. So if you want to say anything, you won't be able to from the listeners' room.
Hello, yeah, we are two, but I think Flory is AFK, so I'll take the lead maybe.
All right, no worries. Thank you. Okay, Germany.
Here. And hi, everyone.
Hello. Greece. Hungary. Israel.
We're here, Norm and Keith.
Awesome. Anybody here from Italy? What about Luxembourg? How about Netherlands? Nobody here from Netherlands, eh? New Zealand. Pirate Party of New Zealand or the Internet Party of New Zealand. What about Norway? How about Poland? Anybody from Portugal? I see we've got Alexander here from Russia.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Pirate Party Serbia. And I see Dario just arrived from Catalonia. Hi, Dario. Okay, Slovakia. Are any of the Slovak pirates here? Oh, sorry, Veronica. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, Slovakia. Are any of the Slovak pirates here from the newer party or the older party? No?
The new one submitted delegates, so hopefully.
Okay, hopefully they'll show up.
I'm gonna go whip them.
Okay. What about Switzerland? Tunisia? Turkey, any of the Turkish pirates here? Again, it could be from the older party or the newer one. How about Ukraine? America. Anybody from America here? I know the U.S. Pirates were saying, or AJ from the U.S. Pirate Party said anyway, that they would be sending somebody. So hopefully they come in too.
He's the chairman. So.
Yep. Pirate Party Venezuela. No. All right. So that is everybody.
8.
That's 8.
And we need 9 today.
Yeah.
1 is missing.
Okay.
And thus the wait begins.
Yeah. Basically, we can't really officially start anything until we make quorum, and we do need one more party or 2 parties with half votes. So we'll have to wait it out for a little bit. Sorry about that. It's just kind of what we got to do. Hopefully, it won't be too long. I know that with time zones and stuff, sometimes, like, you know, it can be hard for people to join immediately. Like, it happens often where, you know, people will just kind of come in a little bit late. Hopefully not too late. Hopefully we can get started here sooner rather than later. But, yeah, we'll just kind of have to be patient.
The keynote is scheduled for noon, so in 50 minutes. So hopefully we manage to start by then.
Yeah, ideally, yes.
And if anybody knows somebody who they can bring to get more parties, feel free to do so.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you guys know anybody from any other party, you have a way to reach out to them and just kind of poke them, bug them into coming to the GA, please do so. While we're waiting, is there anybody here representing any observer members of PPI? So obviously this doesn't count towards quorum because observer members don't carry any voting power. But if there's anybody here from any observer members that we should note, just let us know.
Is there a room that the observer members should go into to talk? Because if they're sitting in listeners, they can't talk.
Well, anybody who wants to talk can feel free to join the official delegates room or go into speaker microphone or any of the rooms that you can talk in. You guys are always welcome to speak up, even if you're not like an official delegate. Just join the room and let someone know that you want to speak, and you're good to go. And that goes for guests as well.
Romane, podařilo se ti to zprovoznit?
Jde mě slyšet teďka?
Jo, perfekt. Co jsi změnil?
Ne, akorát senzitivitu, ale já jsem teďka momentálně ve vlaku, takže možná bude trošku nějaký background noise.
V pohodě, zníš lépe než Verča, takže v pohodě.
Tak to děkuji.
A dělejte si srandu z mojeho vesnického internetu.
To furt na Facebooku rozplýváš, jak bydlení na dědině super, tak konečně nějaké negativum.
Ano, když mrzne nám vysílač.
Can you switch to English, guys, if you talk about the public channel?
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to make sure that Traman's microphone is working. Okay, let's all the checks just move to the Facebook Messenger.
They're talking shit about us.
No, they were just making fun of my internet connection. It's okay.
Aw.
That's the joys of living in a village, you know? When it's cold, the internet just doesn't work as well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, did anybody get a hold of anyone else? Any chance that somebody else will show up?
I see Keith is contacting people directly via social media, so maybe someone will join him.
Yeah, I tried to.
I'm gonna trust one.
I messaged Mark.
Keep in mind that, like, for the United States, it's probably too early.
I mean, yeah, it's like just after 5 a.m. here, so I definitely feel that. I don't know, maybe there was confusion about the timing or something. I have no idea.
That's why we use UTC.
I see that Joe just joined the listeners' room. Joe, are you a delegate for a member party by any chance? And if so, could you move into the official delegates room?
So you can speak.
Yeah, the listeners' room is muted, so if you're trying to talk to us right now, we can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Yes, we can.
Ahoy, I am from the United States.
Awesome. I think we have a quorum now, guys.
Yes, we do. 9.
Okay, excellent. So we now have a quorum. The United States Pirate Party has just joined us. So this is awesome. It means we can get started. So I don't feel the need to do another roll call. I think we know who's here now, and now that the United States has joined us, we know that we have a quorum. So we will just skip that unless anybody here feels like I should do another roll call.
Would you like me to ready?
Alrighty. So, okay, officially opening things. Welcome, everybody, to today's PPI General Assembly. It is Saturday, January 28th, 2023. And it's really good to see you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for taking time out of your Saturday to participate. We really appreciate you. So just a few notes to start us off. So we have the GA booked, or technically booked for the entire weekend. You know, we said Saturday, January 28th and Sunday, January 29th. In previous GAs, we've been able to get through all of the agenda items in one day. So there is a chance that we might get through everything today. And if we don't get through everything today, then we'll just come back tomorrow and just pick up where we left off. But we might be able to get through everything. So let's see how it goes. If we could, if Mike, if you don't mind sending a link to the Etherpad to the official delegates chat here. This Etherpad link is where we'll be taking the minutes. And we have Mike and Keith as note takers. And if everybody could just keep an eye on the minutes, especially if you speak up at any point, if you talk during the GA at any point, just go into the minutes afterwards and just make sure that what's being written down in the minutes is accurately representing what you've said. Obviously, GAs can be very, can be fast moving, and taking notes for a GA is not easy. So just to help out our note takers, if everybody could just keep an eye on things and just help out wherever you can, that would be awesome. So, my name's Bailey. I think we all know each other at this point, at least most of us. I am the current chair of Pirate Parties International, and if everybody is okay with it, I will be chairing the meeting today. And if you ever want to speak at any point during the GA, just go into the speaker microphone room and you'll be given a chance to speak. As far as voting is concerned, so the way that we've been doing it is So you see above the official delegates room on Mumble, you can see voting. Like you can see there's a room for voting. And there's yes, no, and abstain. So when we go to vote on something, you basically just go into whichever room just correlates with your vote. So if you're voting yes on something, go into the yes room. If you're voting no, go into the no room. It's that simple. And we just ask that when you are voting that you stay in the voting room until we tell you to leave, just because our note takers and those of us keeping track will just really just want to make sure that we're accurately recording everything. So just stay in that room until we give you the okay to leave. And I see Mike is in the speaker room, so I'm gonna let Mike speak.
And only one person per party if possible. Thanks.
Yeah, during the voting, just try to make sure that it's only one delegate per party, just so that we're not getting confused and counting more votes than there actually are. So there was an agenda posted on the discourse forum. We can share it here in the chat for you. And it's pretty straightforward. We'll just, we go through everything one at a time and see how long it takes us to get through it, whether we get through it all today or we have to come back tomorrow. And we will be taking breaks as well and a lunch. So no worries there. Does anybody have any questions before we get going? All right, everybody's feeling good about it. All right, awesome. So, I just want to give a shout out to Pirates on Air for streaming this meeting. Thank you very much for doing that. And also just want to give a shout out to Pirate Party Australia, who have a couple of delegates hanging out in the listeners' room just observing the GA today. So, welcome everybody. Welcome to everybody who's participating, and welcome to everybody who's just listening in. So, we do have a quorum, like we said. We went through the agenda. And I think we are ready to go into the reports now. Everybody's good with that. So we'll start with the board report. Oh, just one note before we continue, sorry. If you want to see the minutes of the last GA, so there's a link to those minutes on line 11 on the Etherpad. And so according to the rules of procedure, PPI rules of procedure, Article 8.4, the minutes of the last GA are accepted as there were no objections being voiced during the 4 weeks following the publication of the minutes. So if everybody as long as everybody has no concerns about that, we can just leave that. I just wanted to make that point. So the last GA was in July of 2022. And like I said, line 11 is where you can find those minutes. Let's see. Mike?
I just want to ask, note that around noon, Ivan Bartosz should be here to give his keynote. And so I would ask that whenever he shows up, if we can just stop doing the reports, give him the space, and then just let him go, because like he doesn't have time to be here for very long. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever he shows up and he's ready to speak, we'll just pause what we're doing and let him speak. It won't be like a super long thing, but it's really awesome that he's coming by to talk to us. So yeah, we will just, whenever he gets here, he will have the floor. So let's go into the board report. So it's kind of a short and sweet board report today. I'm going to share a link to that on the Etherpad. So, like I said, the last General Assembly was in July of 2022. So, as far as the work of the PPI board is concerned, we've kind of been mainly focusing on just sorting out these different, like, internal kind of bureaucratic issues that we had kind of been, like, unintentionally neglecting. Or things that have come up and we've just kind of newly realized we need to deal with. So, for example, we did elect a new treasurer since the last GA, and that is Manuel Caicedo from Pirate Party Chile. And he's been working very closely with our former treasurer, Bastian, just getting familiar with the PPI finances, things like the bank account, the PayPal, the crypto accounts, as well as just things like preparing invoices for the membership fees, budget for the new term. We've been meeting up and just kind of going through this stuff and helping Manuel to adjust to the new position and, just dealing with the PPI finances. The Think Twice conference took place. Maybe one of the organizers of that would want to speak more on that. We have a new PPI mailing address in Potsdam, so that is being monitored more closely. Bastian set that up for us. And there's been a lot of discussion around officially moving the PPI headquarters from Switzerland. That's kind of an ongoing thing. There's a lot of pieces there, and a lot of it's kind of a complex issue, and there's pros and cons and just a lot of things to think about with that, and that's kind of been an ongoing thing, not only with the PPI board but with the membership as well, and it's still kind of ongoing. So if at any point anybody has any feedback about that issue, please do feel free to share. Also, as per the request from the membership at previous GAs, this is a big discussion, especially at the last GA. PPI board members have been working on a new set of statutes, just going through our current statutes and kind of looking at just, what could change, what could be redone. This was a big thing at the last GA. Members really came to the conclusion that this is something that needs to happen. We need to go through our statutes. We need to, really be open to reforming things. And that's what we've been trying to do. Mike has really taken charge of that. He's been doing a lot of work on just the initial part of going through the statutes and pointing out what is, what could be improved. And this is something that hopefully in the new term, when we get there, this can be opened up to the members, and people can actively participate in that process. And maybe at the next GA, there can be a vote on some new statutes. We encourage everybody to get involved with this, especially if this is something that you're passionate about, if this is something that you feel needs to change in PPI. So yeah, that is the basic summary of what the board has been working on. I'm not sure if any other PPI board members, not the end of the board report, but if there's anything, just this first part that I've gone through, if any PPI board members want to jump in and add anything to what I've said so far on any of the topics. Yep, Alexander, we're going to get into UN activities. Does anybody want to talk about Think Twice? I did mention Think Twice, and I see Bastian is on the speaker mic, so I'm going to pass it off to Bastian.
Yeah, thank you. This was, I would mention it, that we have a Think Twice conference, and we sponsor some conferences too, or attended, and maybe our Russian guy will talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, Alexander, did you wanna say anything about that?
By the way, we have
Okay.
Carlos, so we have Switzerland now as well.
Awesome. Welcome, Switzerland. All right, so that puts us at 10. Very good, very good. People starting to file in. All right. So yeah, Alexander said that yes, he would like to speak on Think Twice, just not right now. So, all right, Alexander, you just let us know when you're ready for that. If anybody else would like to speak on Think Twice or on anything that I've mentioned so far with the board work. No? All right. Well, the next part of the I see Mike wants to speak. Go for it, Mike.
Apologies. I just wanted to say that the work on the statutes, that very soon I will call the third meeting of the group. I will let everybody know. Everybody can join. The statutes are very much prepared, like the first draft, based on mostly me and the people who showed up for the first two meetings. What we decided is necessary and what is not. So whoever wants to join that is welcome. If you let me know, just you'll definitely be invited. But I will invite everybody, but not everybody is on the PPI leaders list. So yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Mike. So, next, just as far as the board report goes, Keith, did you want to speak on the UN activities, or did you want me to just read what you wrote down there?
I can say real quick. So we just today registered the delegates for New York, and we're also registering delegates for Geneva and Vienna. For the past 2 years, we haven't really been able to send many delegates because there weren't many meetings due to COVID restrictions. So this year is the first time we're going to have, in about 3 years, we're going to have a full set of delegates. And so for any of you, even those who are not even members, anyone who wants to attend a UN event, please get in touch with us because you can attend. We can arrange a daily pass or a temporary pass, or we also have a few annual passes left. So please be in touch with us and be involved in UN meetings. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Keith. So that is basically it for the board report. Like I said, it's pretty short. Just lots of internal stuff. We haven't really done anything with the standing committees these last months. Still been doing the social events. I mean, we haven't been promoting those as much as we definitely could have and should have. But I mean, they've still been going. Yeah, and that basically concludes the board report from July 2022 to January 2023. If anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to share. Nobody has any questions or anything for the board report? All right. Then, I guess we can move on to the treasurer report. So I'm going to call on Manuel to come in and give us a treasurer report. Take it away, Manuel.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much, Bailey. Well,
Yep.
as you may know, first of all, good morning here from La Serena, Chile, to all delegates and spectators. As you may know, in accordance with Section 12, Article 4 of our statutes, the Board of PPI appoints the treasurer from among its members. Due to the lack of volunteers for the position within the board, I stepped in on July 12, 2022, and the board elected me as treasurer. Since then, I have been coordinating the organization's finances. I have been acting as the intermediary between the board members with access to our financial accounts and the IT offices, so that the balances and relevant disclosures are constantly updated and available in our wiki. Regarding our bank account, on July 16, 2023, we had an account balance of 6,026 Swiss francs and 8 cents. To the current exchange rate, it's an equivalent to 6,014 euros and 13 cents. We also have a PayPal account where there are currently 900 Swiss francs and 66 cents, equivalent to 898 euros and 82 cents, and also 232 euros and 49 cents. All accounts are listed on the PPI wiki. We further have the cryptocurrency account on the exchange Kraken that is managed by our fellow board member Keith. That account balance is also on the PPI wiki. The current account balance as of January 17th, 2023 was the equivalent of 401 euros and 18 cents. I also try to materialize the affiliation fees of the members. Every member with a valid email address that participated on the previous General Assembly got an invoice with their affiliation fee and account to verify it. I got some feedback, but from very few members. As careful merchants, we can only count on income that is reasonably secure. Therefore, I have drawn a budget which PPI can fulfill if it pleases this General Assembly. I have had no contact with the lay auditors and we have no signs of activity from them, but the auditable information is available upon their request. Personally, I am not expecting to keep the post of treasurer after the upcoming renovation of the board. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Manuel. Does anybody have any questions? Mike?
I've seen the treasury report somewhere in PDF or something. Can you link it? So we can link it to the minutes as well.
Yep.
I will produce a link right now so I can post it here to the chat so it can be posted to the minutes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Keith?
So you mentioned you haven't had any contact with the lay auditors. I just contacted one who said he's had no contact from you or any budget sent, and I sent a message. So can you confirm that you sent the budget to the lay auditors? And also, neither my party and I presume many other parties have not received the invoices. So maybe that needs to be sent again, maybe using a mail outside of the PPI mail that we knew had problems.
Personally, I haven't sent the budget reports to the lay auditors, but if you can confirm me which one of the auditors has shown signs of activity and the contact information, I can do that right away.
So just to follow up, there is a mail for the lay auditors, which is layauditors@ppinternational.net, and that should be directed to the lay auditors.
All right, and regarding the invoices, I try to prevent the issue that you were mentioning, Keith, and I sent the invoices from my personal account outside of the PPI infrastructure, and still I got reports that it was ending on the spam folders.
All right. Thanks, guys. Any other questions for Manuel about the financial report, treasurer report? Joe?
When will this report be published, do you think?
Really soon.
Thank you.
Manuel's just getting a link. Manuel's just getting a link to it, and then yeah, you guys will all be able to have access to that. And Gnome, to answer your question, yeah, there is a 2023 budget proposal that is just a little bit further down in the agenda. Keith, did you have something else to say, or are you just hanging out? Okay. All right, so I take it there's no more questions or comments or anything about the financial report. So I think we're gonna switch gears a little bit and go to our keynote speaker. Hello.
Hi, everybody. Is the mic on?
Yes, it is. We can hear you great. At least I can.
So it seems it's my turn, or I was just listening to the very end, but I don't know how the today's schedule is and what's on turn right now.
Yeah, so we've just been going through the reports. We just did the board report. Manuel just gave us a treasurer report, and yeah, we're just gonna take a pause and let you speak, and then we'll just go right back into it after.
Okay, because I don't want to interrupt your flow, right? We've got a presidential election today in Czech, and it was an honor to me when Michal asked me that I can join you and maybe say a few words. So just tell me when it's time, and I'll do that.
Yeah, well, it's like the floor is all yours, and we're really honored to have you here. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us.
And maybe some short introduction is in order in case somebody doesn't know Ivan.
So shall I do that, or you're gonna do that, Mike?
I can introduce you if you want.
Please, please.
So just in case somebody doesn't know Ivan, his name is Ivan Bartosz. He's been the longtime chairman of the Czech Pirates most of the party's history. Since 2017, he's been a member of parliament here. And these days, for about a year now, He's been the Czech Republic's Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization and Minister for Regional Development. And I think that's well enough. So you have the floor.
So thank you very much for the short introduction. And when I roll through the delegates and to the other people nicknames, I actually see people who were with us those 13 years ago. So first of all, hello to everyone. And as I said, it's really my honor to be asked to give a keynote speech at this event. And I don't want to be like super formal because we were never super formal, but I'm happy that I could be here. And honestly, back in 2010, when the PPI was founded, you know, half of the pirate parties didn't exist yet, and many of us, and I remember that, and let me use that expression, we still wore diapers in a matter of the maturity of pirate movement worldwide. And when I'm looking in last what about 12, 13 years, so many things changed. So I have a child right now, son 2 years old, who is wearing diapers. So it's kind of what we learned from the time when we started. And I remember it was always a hard job, those 13 years ago when we first met and wrote the statute of a PPI. And we come a long way. Many things change. We were successful in many areas, and we were not successful in the things that we thought would be easy to achieve. But even though the time changed and a lot of policies that we were representing them 13 years ago are now being carried, and I have to admit, in many cases, correctly carried by progressive parties around the world. I still believe we've got a lot of work in front of us, and the things that we do does make a difference. And since we are represented in many town halls in many countries, in multiple national parliaments, and also in the European Parliament, I believe PPI and our international structures, such as PPEU, it's worth of a place to visit and actually share the experiences or somehow synchronize the legislation that often affects many of us, even though we are not, or the particular party is not presented in the parliament or not even being elected. And it somehow happened to us, and if you follow the path of pirates here in Czech Republic, that after those 4 years being presented very heavily with 22 members in the national parliament and leading the capital city of Prague, last election, even though we did not reach what we were aiming to within the coalition with mayors, and the mechanism actually beat up pirates to only 4 members of the parliament, we made it within the coalition to the national parliament, and we're trying to do our best with the 3 ministers, me being responsible for regional development and for the crucial and, believe me, very heavy path to digital transformation in the way we would like to have it, not the business, not the big corporations, not the parliaments of, let's say, traditional parties. And we somehow managed to pass with some success first year being on this highest executive level. And it was a hard year for like all people around the world, since we in Czech Republic took over when COVID was still rocking with this last winter approach. Then the Ukrainian war started when Russia attacked Ukraine, and entire world is experiencing economic crisis. So the things that we are pushing forward, historically more of a general transformation and a approach how to do politics in the 21st century, really shifted the gear to solving things that has to be done very fast, sometimes it's you don't follow the path that it's supposed to be. You cannot reach what we would expect in 21st century of a data-driven policy making, but still you need to put the things on the floor. One of the important parts from our journey here in Czech Republic, but also European-wide, was when the Czech Republic, after 13 years, had a chance to lead European Union and to be head of the council, which many important things for pirates were being discussed. And I have to say, it's kind of hard to find an agreement between 27 countries or on such important things as AI Act or European Digital Wallet, but many others. So even though the position of a state is somehow being already prepared, I was trying very hard to actually put the things that we thought through all the legislation is important for our movement, for pirates worldwide, but for people who like freedom and privacy as well. And I was very thankful for the pirates from other countries, because we met already, and some of the pirates are advisors to the European government members. So I'd say somehow we reached the balance, and I hope that European Parliament, where especially Artificial Intelligence Act, but the EID is gonna go as well, to be discussed, amendments, and then vote over, that we still keep what the good is in there and maybe extend more the principles of neutrality, of the preserving the privacy and protecting the digital rights of citizens and on the internet, sometimes against the government, but also against the big corp, which I believe DSA, DMA, and the other acts could really help. So maybe one thing from me, and I was really surprised this half year when we had a chance to lead the council, that in many areas, and I was about to say, like, we told you already that 13 years ago or 15 years ago maybe, but many things that we were discussed that are important are currently horizontal principles of many activities within EU. When the citizen is being put as a center of the things that shall be done. So with respect to the privacy, with the respect to the right to crypto, the communication, etc., and that the violation of its rights through whatever services the citizen consumes shall be protected. In the same way, big thing of open access and digital commons is being on the place. It's not like 100% how we'd like it, but it's present. When I went to the scientific conference in Brno, all of the scientists were, wow, we should share the data, build a common knowledge base, do the inventions, and then let's build the business modules above that, but the data should be free. So I mentioned even in the conference Aaron Schwartz memories and stuff, to show them that was the thing we said it's important in the history. But usually you've got the good thoughts, you push it through, but still the influence of get it somehow twisted, change, is very strong, which means on any level of our politics, we shall not give up, because even from the nice thoughts and let's say a human-centric approach, you can end up with something that's not desirable for us. I'll pick just one thing that I believe is very important for European pirates. It's, I think, correctly touched, but completely misunderstood the way how we shall protect young kids on the internet when the chat control is on rise again, while not able to encrypt your communication, scanning the cloud photo services is in place, which is completely contradictory on the other principles that are presented in the digital decade or other legislation that's being passed. So this is gonna be a big fight for us, especially with the file that should aim child protection on the internet, but again with huge inherent to the communication and the person privacy. So it's here again. It was there through 9/11 with the copyright legislation enforcement online, and we already had that with the fighting the child pornography approach historically. So this is one thing we shall focus during upcoming time because the file is serious. And it's again here, which would means like entire online communication shall be supervised, scanned, probably auto-detected, applied filters, whatever it's coming with that. So that's maybe one thing that I'd like to mention that's on table, and thanks to European pirates and the European Parliament members, Marcel and the others, that there are this chat control or respectively no chat control thing that they're raising that. And I believe since now I'm the member of the government who is not presidential country for this half year, our voice could be heard even more, because it's not my goal to find a let's say general approach to the files. It's my goal to actually push as much as I can through my position to the legislation so it fits what we do represent. Let me mention at the very end how I feel about the structures that we are building, such as PPI and PPEU. And I was listening to part of your discussion about the reports, and it was the financial projection for the next year. It's very hard once you are elected, for example, for us, or people who are already in some government or municipalities to do this international work. And I do really appreciate everyone who is involved in the international cooperation. And still, I believe if there would be significant support, it's something that we should strengthen up. It will maybe bring us to, let's say, better results on the election to European Parliament that are finally on a national level, and it's based on the national topics and what people do project to European Parliament. But in many cases, those are the grassroots, how people could get involved in the pirate movement. And even after 13 years, we still do have a problems of the member base. A lot of people are tired, right? We do have families, and maybe one of them goal, because international cooperation is cool, right? And it could physically be shifted from different meeting points all over the Europe or across the sea even. That's one thing that could bring more people to be interested in the pirate movement, and then finally they may end up being members of any party of pirates in the EU or in other countries in the world. So thank you guys for your work, even though for example my presence, and I was involved a lot historically, it's kind of occasional, and I'm very grateful for have a chance to talk to you and say thank you for your work. Through that day, I just want to wish you good luck. What you're running for office today, and you also need a lot of perseverance to succeed in your new offices. So we still have to balance and understood that even though a lot of us are being elected somewhere, it's pirates are volunteer-based organization, and PPI and PPU or whoever is cooperating with us is the way how to get people involved. And we need to put things on the table and share the knowledge and get people work for the, let's say, not only better future of the internet, but to better civic society that's based on the values that are representing 21st century challenges. I was kind of long, so sorry for that. I just want to wish you lot of strength, not only to you but to all of us in what we are doing. I know it can be sometimes very hard, time consuming, but as I can experience how the things are being run from this, let's say, top level executive, I still believe, it's worth of it. And many topics that were not here are the main policies of the states. So I'm still very persuaded that we do things that are right, and the things that we did historically meant something, and I hope it will in the future. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to talk to you, and I wish you good luck today, and keep the good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. I keep wanting to call you Ivan, but Ivan, yes.
Please do that.
Thank you so much again for being here and for talking to us. It's always really amazing to hear, I mean, in general, experiences from pirates around the world. But with you guys in the Czech Republic, you guys are such a success story and so inspiring for the rest of us. And I remember back in 2018 when we had our General Assembly in Munich, I remember Marketa gave us a presentation, a pretty in-depth presentation about just how you guys were able to build yourselves up from the grassroots and just how you grew over the years and eventually, just got the success that you did. And it's been really cool to hear your experience and just hear about how things are going now and get that update. And thank you so much again for being here, for talking to us.
So thank you. May I add something?
Yeah.
Maybe two things that I've learned, and I believe those are very important. And maybe one thing that my mom always says, right? Sometimes if you are growing, right, and we did, you feel like entire world depends on what you do, and you decide to take, let's say, responsibility for the society. Like, if we won't form the coalition, the world gonna fall down, right? I still believe it was a important thing to do, but if you talk to our fellow pirate members, boys, girls, men, women, it's always very important to keep, the reason to do it. Like, we are pirates. We are responsible for what we represent. So, and we are don't let us being crucified for the what hurts entire society. It's not our role, right? We often, even today, I'm nervous for fifth day, how it's gonna be, who's gonna be the president of the Czech Republic. I did my vote. We said what we expect the president to do, but we worry a lot, which somehow fear make us weaker in to react to things. So maybe Rick Falkling said that in the very beginning. Don't take yourself too seriously, guys. Even though if you reach the highest position, I think that's one thing that was very important of what we do. Focus, on the things. And maybe two more. A lot of people are asking me how it is to be in this very weak position in the government. And I somehow feel like in one way we are pirates. And on the other way, if you are already to find the compromises, which the politics is about when you are elected, unless you've got 51% majority, I somehow feel like we are privateers, right? You are in a job for a while, do your part of the job, focus on that, but still you somehow fighting for someone else's flag if you've got a prime minister from a different party. But it's not a bad position, you just cannot shoot to the mothership of the prime minister, but still basically you can do, what you believe to do. because you are only responsible to yourself and to people who trust you, who believe to you. So this is one more thing that I learned in that 1 year. And just for fun, my mom and I'm in like permanent mental crisis because things are not easy to do, and the state doesn't work how it's supposed to. But she always like said, "But hey, you are pirates, just don't care." So maybe that's the one thing that gets me back to what I said first. We cannot take ourselves too seriously. If we believe what you do, like what the hell, who cares? Just do it. Which is sometimes very, very hard. So maybe three, let's say, pseudo-philosophical things of what you said about our achievement. So it's always like one day you've got it, second day you don't have it. So we just have to be focused what we'd like to change. And it may just happen through the work. So thank you.
Yeah, I really like your point about don't take yourself too seriously. I think that that's a really important point, definitely. I think that goes, to take it a little further, it's like we got to be like tough on the issues, tough with our values, right? But soft on each other. And yeah, it's like at the end of the day, we're pirates, and that's what matters. Does anybody? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If someone want to ask something really fast, I had to disconnect because my kid who goes to bed at 2 in the mornings kind of wake up, and we have to be ready for the election because I've got few media whatever things to do. So I may be with you like 10 more minutes, but if there are no questions or things, I have to disconnect after that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Does anybody here have any questions for Ivan? Manuel, are you asking a question, or are you just hanging out in the online GA room? Oh, okay.
So no one. So guys, have a nice day. Keep the good work. Don't take yourself so seriously, and be pirates. And thank you for letting me just to have this short keynote and few thoughts to share with you. Bye.
Thank you so much again for taking time out of your day to be here. Really appreciate you. That was awesome. You have a wonderful day, wonderful weekend. All right. Well, that was pretty awesome. So, moving forward, we just finish up the reports here. So I don't think we've got anybody here from the Court of Arbitration to give a report, and we don't have the lay auditors, so I don't think we're going to be getting any reports from them today. I know that the Court of Arbitration, okay, so, Gnome said Gnome, are you a lay auditor?
Mic to microphone.
What's that?
I suggested that Noam is moving up to the microphone and presented himself, what he wrote.
Sorry, Gregory, can you repeat that?
Sorry, I suggested that we give Noam the floor to present what he said in the chat.
Yeah, no, I support that. We can't hear you. Not sure. Oh, I think heard something from you.
Yeah, your button is working. Now we see you're pressing push to talk button for a very brief moment, and then you need to talk.
Yeah, you gotta hold the button down while you're speaking.
I think it's
you
a
had it.
space button for you. You can press it down. Yes.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, how are you? So, I think I am lay auditor. I did not get an email update, but I saw that everything is managed transparently on the wiki, and I saw the budget for 23, which looks within PPI's means, and if I am lay auditor, then I approve.
Awesome. Are you a lay auditor?
Yes, he is. And I'm looking at the minutes from the 2022 GA. I can read out to you who are the Court of Arbitration and the lay auditors.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind proposing myself as lay auditor for next year. I would be happy to get an update earlier.
Yeah, for sure. But that's good to know that you approve everything. Manuel, do you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Ailey. So first of all, I have to apologize for not making an organized attempt to call on to the elected lay auditor from the last General Assembly. But now I try to send the budget and my report to the established email address for lay auditors within PPI, and it didn't work. So if I believe that after we elect our next lay auditors, we should get agreement on some sort of personal email address, so we can bypass that problem, and for our next financial movements have them been sent directly, so we can avoid this problem in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Keith?
No, I just wanted to read out who the Court of Arbitration and lay auditors are. Maybe once anyone else is present, but the lay auditors are Alessandro Chiofini from PPIT, Italy, Noam, who just spoke with us, and Enrique Herrera from Pirate Party of Chile.
Okay. Mike?
And the Court of Arbitration are typical from the Czechs, Marco Confalonieri from Italy, Ohad Shemtov from Israel, Markus Barenhoff from Germany, Rudolf Molnar from the New Slovaks, and Michal Pirek from the New Slovaks. But I came to the microphone to say that I have to get back to the polling place because I'm part of the election here. So I'll be back in like 3 hours. So apologies if I'm not here for the elections, but there will be somebody from the Czech Pirates. And thanks, Keith, for keeping eye on the minutes. And if somebody wants to help him with that, it will be highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, if anybody's willing to help Keith out with the minutes, please do so. I mean, of course, everybody, keep an eye on the minutes, but if anybody's willing to actually, help out with the role of note taker, feel free. Okay, so we've heard from Noam, one of our lay auditors. For the Court of Arbitration, so the last that I heard from the Court of Arbitration was we had Wojtek and Marco here, and the last thing they said was, this is at the last GA in July, they said that they were going to be in contact with each other and they were going to start their work because there was a Court of Arbitration complaint that was sent in. Now the party that sent it in is no longer a PPI member. So yeah, that's that situation. We have not heard anything from the lay auditors since then. At least I haven't. I'm not sure if anybody else from the PPI board has. I assume no. Okay. So, for now at least, we don't have a report from the Court of Arbitration. I think it's probably safe to say that they don't have anything to report. Obviously, that's not for me to speak on, but that's just what I'm gathering. And if anybody from the Court of Arbitration has anything, if they come back later and say, well, we actually had this, then we'll just encourage them to make a report and just share it publicly, get it on the wiki and get it out to everybody so that report gets out there. But for now, we don't have a report. Veronica?
Yeah, I see that Vojta from the Czech Pirate Party is one of the members of the Court of Arbitration. He is active on our Zulip, on our networks, so I will try to ask him if he has something to report to edit later to the notes or send it out.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Veronica. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments about any of this before we move on? No? All right. I think that depending on how folks are feeling, unless you're really against it, maybe now would be this is when we have a scheduled break, a scheduled 15-minute break. So why don't we do that? And let's see, it's past. Let's come back at, so this would be 12:45 Europe time, 11:45 universal time. So about 15 minutes, 17 minutes technically, but we'll come back at 1:45 and we'll pick up at the budget proposal. So everybody have a nice little break now. Okay, everybody. It is now 45 minutes after 11 Universal Time, 45 minutes after 12 Europe Time, and 45 minutes after 6 a.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. Why don't we get started again? Do we have everybody back? I'm gonna do a quick roll call and just see who we have with us now. So, same as always, I'm gonna call your party name and you just say that you're here if you're here. Pirate Party Belgium.
We lost you there
Pirate.
for a minute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Pirate Party Belgium. Anybody here from Belgium? No. Brazil?
Here.
Awesome. Catalonia?
Hello again.
Hello. Chile? Is Chile back yet? Okay. Chile is here. Thanks, Mauricio. Czech Republic. Czech Republic, are you back yet? Okay, we'll come back to them. Estonia. Nobody here from Estonia. France.
Yeah.
Awesome. Germany.
Yep, I'm back.
Excellent. Greece. Hungary. Israel.
Yes.
Awesome. Italy. Luxembourg. Netherlands. New Zealand, Pirate Party New Zealand, Internet Party of New Zealand. Norway. Poland. Portugal. Russia. Are you back, Russia? Alexander?
Yeah, we are here.
Awesome. Serbia. Slovakia. Anybody from either of the Slovak parties here? No? Switzerland. Carlos, are you here?
We can't hear him, but he is here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I see that he unmuted himself. So Carlos, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, but we can see that you're here. Tunisia. Turkey. Anybody here from either of the Turkish parties? Ukraine. United States. Awesome. Thanks, Joe. Venezuela. Okay. All right. So we have our. Oh, I just want to check. I want to check if the Czechs are back.
Yes, I'm back.
Excellent. All right. So we have our quorum again, and we can continue on. So the next item is the budget proposal. However, we have guests today from Pirate Party Australia, and they would like to say a few words to us. So I would like to invite our Australian pirates to go on up to the speaker mic, and the floor is yours.
Hello, testing.
Yep.
Could I have the option to defer for about half an hour? Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, no problem. All right, so yeah, so Pirate Party Australia will be talking to us, but they need a little more time. It sounds like Miles is out and about right now. Okay, so let's go into the budget proposal then. So I am going to pass it off to Manuel, who has prepared a budget proposal for 2023, and he's going to walk us through that, and then we'll take a vote on it.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Bailey. Firstly, I pasted the Nextcloud link that Gregory sent that holds the current proposal as you stated for delegates to have access to. And with that said, I'll be brief about the proposal so we can go to a vote right away. But obviously, I'm open to all questions from delegates and members of service as well regarding any kind of doubts that arise from this proposal. The proposal is based on the spending tendencies of the organization, and it's planned to and it has the purpose of considering and allocating money to frequent expenses that, even if they are not very big in some cases, is very probable, according to our logs, that could happen this year. So first and foremost is the technological infrastructure of the organization, mainly server infrastructure and internet domains that I have stated there in the section text stuff, just like previous treasurers have done it previous years. I have also replicated possible expenses regarding our office, our post box in Switzerland, as well as the fees that Post Finance Bank could charge us for our main bank account in Switzerland. Those being stated as fixed expenses. Onto variable expenses, I am replicating the allocated money from previous years for the Think Twice conference of this year, as well as the Pirate Summer Camp and the Pirate Security Conference. Finally, on the expenses side, we have our debts. In this case, our debts consist of pending payments for technological infrastructure for previous years, mainly server costs, but also a fraction of internet domain costs. Moving on to incomes, being planned to address these expenses. First and foremost, our affiliation fees, because without the material help from those members that are now here being represented by the delegates, we would not be able to move forward with our operations. As divided on the proposal, I stated the affiliation fees based on those ordinary members that participated on the previous General Assembly. Nominally, we could collect more fees in a given year, but it would depend on ordinary members that haven't shown signs of activity during the last two General Assemblies. So, given that, only collecting the pending affiliation fees for 2021 wouldn't be enough to cover both our pending debts and our annual expenses. That's why we will also need to file invoices to our ordinary members, active ordinary members, for the nominal year 2022, and I divided those affiliation fees based on the urgency. The section tagged urgent would be the bare minimum to cover the expenses as stated in the column, and the section tag remaining would be the one corresponding to the rest of the affiliation fees of the year if they were to be collected with your collaboration. And that as fixed incomes. In variable incomes, I just stated the potential individual memberships that fluctuate from year to year, so I stated just a conservative projection given previous years. And with that, if we move to the second page of the budget, the budget would end with a positive balance of 2,553 euros and 61 cents. But as I stated before, that is assuming the collection of the non-urgent 2022 affiliation fees. As you can see, without them, the annual balance would end at 33 euros and 61 cents. That would be my description of the budget proposal, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Manuel. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the budget? Joe?
Do we have any means by which to do fundraisers or anything of the like? One thing I would love to see personally is bumper stickers that link us with our symbol, and that link non-members, or I would personally buy a bumper sticker essentially to link us to the main informational page, and one, help market us, but two, be another source of revenue for the Pirate Party. I guess my question is, any fundraisers or other ideas that we could possibly do to generate additional income in order to help feed the machine, if you will.
Yeah, so I can speak on this a little bit. So this is something that we've been talking about for a long time. Just like the merch thing. Setting up like a web shop where people can buy merch, and what we wanted to do was we wanted to link it to all of the like pirate stores around the world, and just set it up so that when you go to our merch page or whatever, then you can find the other ones. The whole issue of like the online store and whatnot, that's something that we really want to do. That's something that kind of got lost in everything over the past year, I would say. But that's absolutely something that's been discussed and that is wanted, and that hopefully we can get the ball rolling on again in the future. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say about that. Anybody from PPI board or anyone here?
Yeah, I can say that the last status was like we have evaluated a lot of platforms, and we found out that the main hindrance in actually starting selling products and merchandise is not technical. So we have actually a shop installed on PPI infrastructure, but it's more legal of how to pay taxes and how to conduct it in the proper way. And for that, we need more solid legal structure that we have, and that's what been discussed to open a special dependency, like a corporate unit in Germany. And as I understand, this is on the way. And when we have established this PPI shop, like for actually like paying taxes and dealing with all the value-added tax throughout Europe and everywhere, we are quite ready to start selling stuff. And we already have last year donated from Pat Mechler for PPI. We have about 100 PPI design flags that can be sold through, well, can be bought on the web shop of I think Pirate Without Border currently. But we have actually already a stock of about like 80 or 90 flags that we can already go and sell. So this is the situation now.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Gregory. Joe, did you have anything to respond to that?
Yes. I'm not sure how EU tax laws work, but I know in the United States it goes by where the consumer of said products are. So if it was in Germany and the person buying the shirt would be in Germany, it would be Germany, you pay the duty to Germany. And then if it was Britain, then Britain, Sweden, etc. That would be my general assumption, but that being said, I would definitely support, that would make it easier to support us and get those dollars flowing in.
Absolutely.
If I may answer that?
Yep.
So you are correct in regard of the sales tax. So the sales tax is paid where the customer is, but also only like if in Europe at least, if the entity that is selling and the customer is located in the same country. So in terms of European Union, there's special regulation, but if you buy something from Europe, you not need to buy to pay the sales tax if it's a foreign. But it's not about the sales tax at all. Not only about sales tax, but actually tax on profit. Even being a non-profit organization, we still need to return the tax report, and selling items usually considered to be full taxable. Even the profit we can use without further tax, but it's complicated matter, and we have looked extensively into that, and our options either operate from Switzerland or Belgium, which is both not perfect solution for us, especially since Switzerland is not inside the European Union, and most of our merchandise buyers would be from Switzerland. Also, Switzerland don't have a corporate registration, so we have a bank account, and but it's not registered in any merchant registers or any commercial registers because it's not needed for association. And so we have looked quite deeply into that situation, and we are working on that, and I'm sure we will be able to start the shop this year.
Awesome. Thank you again, Gregory. All right, I'm going to pass the mic to M. Toledo and then Carlos.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yep.
So just an idea, here in Brazil we are testing a local dropship platform where we will send them the design and they will make the production of shirt and merchandise for us just for demand. So they produce and send direct for the people who bought. This gets us free from infrastructure for stock and otherwise. Maybe there are similar platforms in other countries.
Sorry. Yeah. Does anybody have a response to that?
If I may.
Yep.
There are a plethora of options we have for selling items, but I think what Gregory was speaking to is the legality and the tax burden of such responsibilities. And we want to make sure that we're not only transparent, but we're following the law so that we don't give our enemies any opportunity to knock our peg down, if you will. So
yeah,
going forward cautiously is always advised.
for sure. Thanks, you guys. Carlos? Hey, Carlos? Oh, it's unmuted now. Carlos, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I know you're unmuted, but it doesn't look like your mic is picking up on anything. Carlos, if you want to write down in the chat what you were wanting to say, then I can read it to everybody. In the meantime, does anybody have any more questions or comments about the budget?
If I may comment on the suggestion of the Brazilian delegate.
Yeah.
I think it would be a good idea on paper because it would make it easier for both consumers to decide about regarding a potential stock, and then we wouldn't have to handle the stocks as they mentioned, but as fellow board member Gregory said, it would have to line up with our tax responsibilities. So I think we can agree as at least myself as board member is that if we find or agree onto a merchandising plan that does not contravene our the competent tax laws for the organization, we would let you know so that we can get feedback from you if that is what you would prefer for the objective of setting PPI and international pirate merchandising in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. So Carlos is saying, I'll just read what he said in the chat. Carlos says we should do a campaign to get some fundraising all linked to PPI account, and that can take into account language and can be adapted by all countries. And Gnome is saying if it can be a one-time campaign which donors get gifts, it's also an immediate possibility which may not incur taxes. All right. Does anybody have any other questions or comments about the budget or about, finances in general? Okay. So, I want to say thank you to Manuel for putting that together, and thank you to Manuel for taking on the role of treasurer. I know it was a lot of work, and it was something that really nobody on the board really wanted to take on, but Manuel did it, and he did a wonderful job. And yeah, so thank you very, very much, Manuel, for all of your work. And I think we are probably ready to vote on the budget. So if we could just get that set up on the pad, the ether pad. Yeah, we'll have a vote.
Just a second, I'm setting up the vote.
Yep.
Yeah, people can already move into the rooms, couldn't they?
You can, yeah. So Keith is just setting up the voting section on the Etherpad for recording the vote, but we are voting on the 2023 budget that Manuel just presented to us, and you guys are free to place your votes. Just go into whichever voting room. So if you see above the official delegates room, there's voting yes, no, and abstain. You just go into whichever room coincides with what you're voting and stay in there until we tell you to leave. I think we're just waiting on Chile's vote. All right, so stay in there for just a second here. So we have yeses from Chile, Germany, Switzerland, Catalonia, Russia, United States, Israel, Brazil, France, and Czech Republic. So that is exactly all of our delegate countries today. So that means that the budget for 2023 is unanimously passed. So thank you all very much. You can go back into the official delegates room now.
Do we have a no or abstain box for the voting?
You mean like the voting rooms?
Yeah, normally there's options besides yes.
Yep, there's yes, no, and abstain, at least what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and they're also working, so people can move into them, but nobody did. So I've been 10 yes votes.
Yeah. All right, thank you all very much. We now have a budget for 2023. So, I would like to see, I want to check in with Australia and see if Miles is ready to speak or if he needs more time. How are you doing, Miles? The floor is yours.
Testing, testing.
Yep.
Excellent. Yep, I have a few brief words to say. I asked, so Pirate Party Australia does not have official status with PPI. We were a member up until approximately 2013, 2012, something like that, and then left. But obviously we've been engaging with PPI in recent years, and it's something that I've always believed is important. And one of the reasons why I believe it's important for the Australian pirates to engage with PPI is that, to the best of my knowledge, we are the only pirate presence in Asia and Oceania that is actively contesting elections. I may be incorrect, but I believe that's the case to the best of my knowledge. And so I felt like it's important to represent our region to PPI, to Europe, to the Americas, as we're often forgotten. But Australia does have a presence on the world stage, and it's important for us to have that voice. So I've requested to say a few words about our activities and give an update to the Assembly. I'll keep it fairly short. We've had 2 election campaigns this year, the federal election as well as a state level election in Victoria. And we've had candidates contesting those from the Pirate Party as well as from a coalition called Fusion. And state level elections coming up in the next 2 years, at which we're going to have coalition partners from Fusion contesting it, and there'll be pirates most likely supporting or joining in on those campaigns. We've also presented a number of policy talks on various issues and engaged in non-electoral campaigning, made submissions to government, and on a variety of topics. Now, regarding Pirate Party Australia's relational stance with PPI, obviously we've discussed and explored the possibility of joining. This has been going on for a couple of years now, and for whatever reason, it's taken a backseat compared to our other activities, such as electoral campaigning and the formation of Fusion over the last 18 months, which took a large amount of our organizing capacity. But now that that's a little bit more stable, I feel confident that we can put more time towards thinking about PPI and supporting the broader movement, which is a personal priority for myself as the national president. But it's also something that many other pirates support, or at least are supportive of. In true pirate fashion, they either like the idea or they don't care enough to tell me to stop. So I'm happy to take that as a mandate. But obviously we do work by consensus and we've made no decision so far. However, we do have interest in applying for observer status. And from our perspective, there's no obstacles from our end to apply for either observer status or full membership of Pirate Parties International. Now, speaking officially, we haven't made a decision. We do have to up to a what we call National Congress, our full general meeting for the question of membership. But for observer status, that's something we can do more casually, and we'll be discussing over the next probably 2 to 4 weeks to make a decision. There's no rush on this one. PPI isn't going anywhere, neither are we. So we'll do what we can. One other thing as well, which I wanted to raise, was that given that we are, if at least the only pirate presence in Asia and Oceania that's contesting elections, we're certainly also the largest and most active presence. And so I feel like we have a bit of a responsibility towards Asia and Oceania, not just to represent local issues, the international stage, but also to support the local pirate presence. And so an idea we've been sharing is the possibility of a local forum for pirate movements across Asia and Oceania. It's gone no further than discussions at this stage, but one possibility is that we reach out to individuals around the region who are supportive of pirates, and then we provide them with potentially with platform or resources, either to engage with Pirate Party Australia, or through region through Pirate Party Australia, or to engage with PPI through Pirate Party Australia. And so what that looks like, who knows, how much resources we have to put into it, probably very little, but if there are any Asian pirates out there, or New Zealand pirates, or oceanic pirates, and I know they do exist, then we are eager to support you and do what we can as the one of the major presences in the region. Now I'm happy to take comments. As I understand procedurally, we have been sponsored to speak by Pirate Party of Israel, so thank you to Keith for that motion of support, and thank you also to Bailey and Mikhail, who have supported us in the last couple of years to engage with PPI and give us patience as we muck around and mostly deal with Australian issues.
Well,
So I'm happy to take questions. Otherwise, I'll go back to the chair.
Yeah, does anybody have any questions or anything for Miles? I see that Noam wrote in the chat. He says, I suggest opening a forum of active elections in the upcoming year and possibly a hotline for helping each other during elections. For example, sending support videos or having local media interested in international affairs.
That's definitely a great suggestion. One of the issues we've had with PPI is getting into the mailing list and the notifications. Somehow they often seem to miss us. I understand there may be some technical issues here at the moment. We ran some tests on our system earlier this morning, but ways we can improve communication is the number one goal of any kind of discussion forum. And so whether that's technical issues or procedural issues or logistical issues or simply just the lack of having open channels, yeah, that would be great. We've had some good dialogue with the US pirates and sort of transatlantic thing, and so that wouldn't be restricted to Asian or Oceanic pirates, but anyone who wants to support the region.
Awesome. Manuel.
Thank you, Ellie. I wanted to ask Miles if he could be so kind of letting us know when your next Congress would decide your official relation with the organization would take place eventually when it takes place, so that if we have the chance, any one of the members of the board, to at least observe and assist to the I mean, disregarding the distance, to that Congress, so we could be up to date on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so our National Congress is held in late June every year. It's held at approximately the same time as the same time of day, local time, as the General Assembly. So it starts about 10 a.m. on a Saturday local time, and obviously UTC, that is exactly midnight. But we're quite happy to invite participants, whether formally on behalf of PPI or other Pirate Party organizations, or simply informally to tune in, as we do live stream them. We have a long tradition of running as strong participation from remote attendees as possible, and we'll be more than happy to welcome anyone wishing to speak or address our National Congress. And that would be for the membership, a vote on whether we apply for membership. But a vote on whether we apply for observer status, the procedure for that would be simply go to our National Executive, which we call the National Council. Our next meeting for that is on February 2nd. And we have if we didn't before, we do now have a standing open invite for any pirates to come along and join in the fun, because our executive meetings are great fun.
Any other questions or comments for Miles? Joe?
Just wanted to say from the US, glad to see you here.
Yeah, I really want to echo that. It's really, really awesome to see you guys here. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for speaking to us. Yeah, it's really amazing to know that Pirate Party Australia is thinking about rejoining PPI at some point, maybe. Obviously, something you guys have your own process for that, and that will happen when the time is right. But just the fact that you guys are thinking about it, and you're paying attention, and you're kind of observing, and the fact that you came to the GA today, it just really means a lot to us. And yeah, so thank you very, very much. It's really great to have you guys here.
Well, thank you, and thank you again to Pirate Party of Israel for the chance to speak, and good luck with the rest of your conference. We'll try to stay on as long as we can. It's about 11 p.m. local time here, so you'll probably see the rest of our people slowly drop off over the next couple of hours.
Fair enough, yeah. It's the reality of time zones. But yeah, thank you guys again. So, moving forward, I think it is time for our lunch break. I know that we're about an hour behind schedule right now.
No, we're not.
We're not?
We are exactly on schedule, like 1 minute, like perfectly.
Well, lunch was supposed to be at 12:30. Oh wait, no, that's sorry. Yeah, no. You're right. Sorry, I'm thinking in European time. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, we are on schedule, aren't we? So, yeah, it is time for our lunch break then. So we'll take 1 hour. So we'll come back at yeah, so it's okay, so it's 1:30 in Europe now. So it's 12:30 Universal Time. So yeah, 1:30 Universal Time, 2:30 Europe time. 1 hour from now, we'll come back.
And if I may add something very little, we have received a motion from Pirate Party of Ukraine, which is now in the forum, for support of Ukraine, so which will be voted on later in the day, but you can take the time to maybe read it in advance, like during the meal break.
Yeah, have a look at the forum, see what's there. If you've got a chance in the next hour or so, just while you're chilling, yeah, just kind of get familiar with what we're going to be dealing with after lunch. So we'll come back in 1 hour and we'll pick up at the statute amendment. So everybody have a wonderful break. Okay, everybody. Why don't we get started again? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a roll call, and I'm just going to start at the top with our full list, and we'll see if anybody new has joined us. So, same drill as always. I call your party name. You let us know you're here. Pirate Party, Belgium. No. Pirate Party, Brazil. Brazil, are you here? We'll come back. I think Brazil is here. Maybe just AFK still. Catalonia. Okay, still waiting on Catalonia. Chile. Czech Republic.
Present and hopeful for the presidential elections.
All right. Estonia. No. France.
Yes.
Awesome. Germany.
I'm here.
Awesome. And I see that Brazil is here. Greece. Nobody from Greece. Hungary. Israel. Israel is present. Italy. No. Luxembourg. No. Netherlands. Do we have anybody from the Netherlands? What about New Zealand? Either Internet Party of New Zealand or Pirate Party of New Zealand? No? What about Norway? How about Poland? How about Portugal? Russia, are you back?
Yeah, here.
Awesome. Serbia? No. Slovakia, either Slovak Party. Switzerland. Switzerland is here. Tunisia. Are there any Turkish pirates here from either of the Turkish parties? How about Ukraine? USA.
Here.
Awesome. Venezuela. No. All right. So, let's see. Do we have a quorum?
No, Kiss is not here back from the break yet, so I think there have been some issue with minutes taking while you did the roll call, unless you did your own write down somewhere. I don't think that it's been written down, so you need to either repeat it or go back through the chat and try to figure out.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I should have checked to make sure that Keith was here. I'll just go through the short list. We have Brazil. Is Catalonia back yet? Doesn't look like it. Chile. Chile's here. I can see that Mauricio unmuted. Czechs are here. France is here. Germany's here. Israel's here. Russia's here. Switzerland is here. And the United States is here. Sorry, Mauricio, we couldn't hear you. But I could see that you were, like, unmuting and muting yourself. So I could see that you were present. So I guess we're just waiting on Catalonia, but
we're good. We have 9.
yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, like I think we have our quorum, just Catalonia hasn't returned yet. So yeah, we are on statute amendments. So we have one statute proposal, and that is submitted by Bastian from Pirate Party Germany. So there is a link to that on Discourse. If somebody could share that in the chat. Oh, I have it right here. I can share it. Okay, so you can see in the chat, there's a link to the statute amendment. And I'm just going to give the floor to Bastian to speak on this. Go ahead, Bastian.
Sorry, and
oh, what's that, Mauricio?
Can you listen me now?
Yep. Yep, we can hear you now. At least I can. Okay, Bastian. Okay, there's Bastian. Take it away.
I took the wrong computer. So it's easy for you. We have always a problem with the quorum because we have a lot of parties who never attend or do not attend or only rarely attend. And the issue is to solve that problem. And therefore, I would amend the statutes as follows. We need a paragraph 5a. If the quorum is not reached, a new General Assembly shall be convened without delay, which shall always have a quorum, and the number of those present and entitled to vote, whether remotely or in attendance, constitutes a quorum for the calculation of voting majorities. So we can, if we have it like we had in the past, we can call for a new General Assembly, and the General Assembly has a quorum at every time. So everybody has a duty to follow this problem, and so it's an easy amendment, I think. Everybody can understand it.
Okay, thanks, Bastian. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Alexander.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe it's from my Russian experience when associations works not as good as in Europe. But for such statute amendment, I may recommend to be sure that all participants, all members of association have been properly notified about General Assembly. So in many cases, let me give a said Russian example, that in some cases, well, in many cases in Russia, usually General Assembly is being organized without proper notifications. or fake notifications or incorrect notifications. And then if they have something like this in statute amendments, association maybe overtook by some group of people, not even majority. I believe that in our association that could not be happening, but just in case some wordings about proper notification and confirmation of such proper notifications was handled for any association member may be required, just to keep us sure that all decisions with such amendment will be correct and association itself will be safe. But it's just sad case. I still believe that in Europe and on international level, such bad things as usually happening in Russia would not be happening.
All right, thank you, Alexander. Bastian, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, that's very theoretically. We are about 9 people in the board alone, so we cover nearly the quorum. So I think the board members are very, very interested that we have no problems with the General Assembly. We will never have a majority for calling a General Assembly that fits your that's your problem you described. I think we are safe in that. And the board makes the invitation for a General Assembly, and I think the board will be not suppressed or whatever, blackmails or whatever. So I think it's very, very theoretical. Thank you.
May I?
Yep.
So Alexander, we hear your concerns, definitely, but also to point out that the process of invitation to the General Assembly is already laid out in the statutes in the section 9, Article 7, that the process how it should be invited, and it includes the public publication for the whole world to see on the Pirate Party's international website. So it isn't impossible to create a valid General Assembly invite in total hiding and not inform the members.
Okay, thank you. I hope it will be like this.
All right, and Noam wrote a comment in the chat there. He says, I propose adding that such a quorum will be limited to deciding on previously published agenda items only. And Joe, I want to pass it to you now.
I would like to also speak to what my Russian counterpart was speaking to. Notification would be very, very helpful. I know that my own attendance has not been stellar, and part of that was getting the notification. We do have the calendar imports, which has been great for me being able to look and see when the next meetings come up, but I have to basically go in there in order to make this meeting today, to go in and make another calendar, so there's an extra step involved. And if we could possibly do a solution to that so that notification's automatic, that would be fantastic. And speaking to making sure that the translation for our general website doesn't always come through for whatever reason, and sometimes I need assistance on certain translations. I had Jamie help me get here today, and hopefully moving forward I'll be able to attend a lot more of these personally, so hopefully that will help. But I could definitely, again, attest to getting notifications and making sure that all parties are reached out to in a timely manner would be very helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, some last words. The misuse is, I think, very theoretically. And the special motions like statute amendments have to be published 1 month prior to the assembly anyway. So there's no there's no need to have a special rule for extraordinary general assemblies. Keep it simple is my aim, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions or anything you would like to say before the vote? No? Well, all right then. I guess that means we can go ahead and vote on this statute amendment. So, let's see. You guys know how this works. So I'll just read it out. So the General Assembly, all right, statute amendment to ease the quorum. Paragraph 5A shall be inserted. If quorum is not reached, a new General Assembly shall be convened without delay, which shall always have a quorum. The number of those present and entitled to vote, whether remotely or in attendance, constitutes the quorum for the calculation of voting majorities. So, you guys can go ahead and move into the voting rooms, and as always, just make sure you stay in there until we tell you to leave. All right. So, we have, if we're counting correctly, we have 9 yeses and 1 abstain. So the amendment has passed. And yeah, you guys can come back to the official delegates room now. Okay, everybody. Now we are moving on to elections. And we have multiple positions to elect people for. And so today we are electing 1 chairperson, 4 board members. And why don't we just go right into it. We're going to start with chairperson. So far we have 3 candidates. We have Cedric, Flory, and myself. And we're going to start in order of the nominations. So we have, first up, we have Cedric from Pirate Party France. Take it away, Cedric.
Bailey,
Yeah?
since you're running in the election, is it maybe good that somebody else take over the chairing?
Yeah, that's totally legit. Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to, Gregory?
Yeah, I can do that, no problem.
Okay, all right. Sorry, sorry. Like, you're totally right. I just didn't even think of it in the moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just like waiting for my clue. For my clue, sorry. Yeah, so still valid whatever what Bailey had said. So we're going into the elections, and for the first round we have the election of the chairperson, and we have 3 candidates submitted, and I did not hear or saw that anyone was jumping up and down and saying like there should be more candidates. So I would close the candidates list now, and you can protest if you think I missed something, and would continue to the introduction of the candidates. So I see already Cedric is already at the microphone. Cedric, the floor is yours. And Cedric, we can't hear you in case you're already speaking. Cedric? You can try to type something in the chat so we know that you're listening.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Florie.
I'm sorry. I am with Cedric on Discord, on our Discord, and he can't talk because his microphone is over, and he have a problem, an issue, and he just can't talk. So I hope he will find a solution. Then Cedric, he hears her. How? Voilà, je vais y arriver. He hears her. He hears, but he can't talk.
Okay. So do you think we will be able to fix it in the next couple minutes? I would suggest that you go ahead and introduce yourself since you're also a candidate.
I don't know. I know that he will tell me. So I think he will tell me, but I don't know. I don't even know if he will succeed.
So let's take you and hope that take you first now, and hope that Cedric will fix up his audio setup soon.
Yes. Okay. Then hello. My name is Florie. I am a spokesperson from the French Pirate Party. I'm a member of the French Pirate Party for 5 years, since 2017, and I am the actually author of the present status of the French Pirate Party. Then what can I say? I listened some sound. I don't know who let the mic open. Then I'm volunteer to be the chair of the Pirate Party. Yes, thank you. Of the International Pirate Party, and if Bailey isn't a volunteer, I will be a volunteer. But if Bailey is still a volunteer, I will retire my proposition of sharing. And then I don't know what to say. I want to make the Pirate Party great again. I don't know what to say more. If you want to talk with me, my private messages are open, and then I want to work on the organization of the International Pirate Party, because I think we can have some evolutions and another functionment, and I have some ideas, but I don't know if it is the moment for presenting it here, and I want to discuss with the new board and the actual board before propose this proposition. Then I don't know what to say more. So thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Are there any questions?
I'm sorry, Gregory, but
sorry.
yes, thank you. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time. I got a bit confused. So maybe it's a so can I have your full name for the minutes? Then maybe less likely to happen again.
Yes, my first name is Flory. You can call me Flory, and my last name is Marie, and it is my last name.
Thank you. So thank you, Flory, for the introduction. Are there any questions from the delegates to Flory? Okay. So how is Cedric doing? Cedric, are you able to talk now?
I hope so.
Yes, it's working. Hello. So the floor is yours.
Yes, I needed to activate the push talk functionality. So sorry, I'm not in good health right now, so I will speak with my nose. Sorry for that. So yes, I'm Cedric from PPFR. Some people knows me because I was a former member of the PPI board. I'm also an actual member of the PPOU board, and I'm in the technical council of PPFR since it existed since 2018, and I'm part of the technical team since 8 years. So I know all our technical stuff in France, and I'm very concerned about technical use in all the PP, in all the PPI parties. So yes, it's one of my main goal, and in fact, as a PPI member, we and I have some concerns about organization. It might be the same as Flory, so yes, we want to change some things. And as Flory, in fact, we were very how to say that we were very concerned that there is no other proposition and then nobody. We were surprised to see that Bailey was nominated. We were glad to see that, but we ask ourselves what to do because as Flory, I will withdraw my name if Bailey really wants to be the chair one more time. But if Bailey doesn't want that, I want to be the chair to change the organization from the floor, in fact, roof to floor, to be more democratic, having some political stuff to do, to be more in the communication, delivers the information more easily, because all the discussion that I heard right now about information organization, online GA and so on, it's all the stuff that we have for years, and we don't try to resolve this. And this is why I propose myself as a chair to change that with the board and so on. So thank you for your attention, and I'm here for the question.
Thank you, Cedric. Are there any questions to Cedric? Well, thank you, Cedric. Then I call Bailey to the microphone. And Bailey, please, the floor is yours.
All right. Okay. So first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the Pirate Party of Germany for nominating me for chair again. It means a lot that you still have the confidence in me that you do, and I appreciate that more than you know. This might come as a shock to some of you. I've been thinking long and hard about PPI and my role in it, and I've been your chair for, well, since the end of 2019, and I was your vice chair before that. So I've been at this for a good 6 years or so, and the past couple years haven't been easy. PPI has had its challenges. I've personally had my challenges. For example, I lost both of my parents during this term as PPI chair, literally within 2 years of each other. A lot has happened in my life. It's been very difficult to give my all to PPI because I've been dealing with just all this grief and stress in my personal life. I don't think I've been a very good chair, if I'm being honest. I definitely tried my best, but I don't think I've done a particularly great job overall. I really, truly think the best thing for PPI right now is to switch up the leadership and let somebody else steer things for a while. There's a saying out there, I'm paraphrasing, but it's something along the lines of, sometimes good leadership is knowing when it's time to step down. And trust me, this has been a really difficult decision. I'm literally shaking as I'm saying this, and I didn't say this sooner because I've literally just been wrestling with this for months, and it's been really hard to come to a final decision. But I really need a rest. I'm tired and I need a rest, and that doesn't mean I really want to drive this point home. I'm not saying goodbye to PPI. I'm not completely saying goodbye to PPI or the pirate movement. I'm still very much a pirate and always will be. I'll still be around. I still want to help out however I can. I have so much love for this community, and in many ways, it's like a home for me. I need to not be the leader for a while, and I hope that people can understand where I'm coming from. I'm sorry if this is shocking or disappointing to anybody. And I would really like to thank the PPI board and this community for all of your support over the years. And like I said, I'm not leaving you. I'm just taking some of the pressure off because it is necessary for my own health and healing. Thank you.
So Bailey, to understand, if I understood correctly, you are not accepting the nomination. Is it?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Good. Okay. So given that, any other comments or questions to Bailey still from the audience? And Switzerland asked that we reopen nomination, so we can do that since it's some kind of new development. So, are there any other nominations for candidates to the chairperson of the PPI?
Well, may I nominate Gregory Engels and Mike Gill?
So, okay, Alexander, you may, of course, nominate me. In that case, I would refer from chairing and would get back to Bailey because she is not running anymore as a candidate.
All right. Okay, so Gregory is nominated for chair, if I am understanding that correctly. Gregory, go ahead.
So, this comes to me a little bit as a surprise, sorry. So I have not prepared a speech or presentation, but I've been with PPI since the very beginning and even before that, and been helping PPIs and its members since 2010 actually 2009, as we started the process of founding, and I've been away for a couple of years, a little bit more in the background, but I've always been somehow there, and I do consider the international pirate community a very important part of my life. And in fact, I just like the last year, I have not done that much as I usually do, and because I was focused on studying, getting back to university to study for executive master for international associations management, and I just finished like 10 days ago writing my master thesis on the use of decentral autonomous organizations in international associations, and have a lot of ideas how we can actually use DAOs and decentralization and all these new tools to kick off a lot of interesting projects and initiatives without members and activists. And so there is a lot of stuff before us. So I think PPI has come a long way, and we have some organizational issues still, like that we do not have the shop running due to the legal requirements, and then we have a lot of time to wait for international mail to arrive through all the different countries, and it's much slower than we would like to do it. And but I see that we participating in international conferences at the UN level. We've been to the IGF and Eurodig and a lot of other conferences, and our voice is being noticed, and people refer to us and ask us for comments. I have for this year, I submitted just a session proposal to the RightsCon, and I see that the pirate movement is a little bit changing, and PPI needs to develop with it together. And I was focused on supporting Bailey and for the last couple of years. And I think that if you want to have me again in a chair position, I would rather continue working with all of you, and also if Bailey is available, I would also very much rather have her as in a consulting role still, and trying to develop further and solving our organizational issues, and also improve the membership involvement, not on the technical level, but really like get people together, creating real live conferences again, maybe regional conferences like for Asia Pacific or Americas, and get people to know each other better so we can all actually be of help, and not just a bureaucratic organization that's doing stuff that is not really tangible by for regular pirates. So this is something that is exciting, and I thank very much for the nomination, and open to your questions if you have any.
All right, who's got questions for Gregory? Nobody? Oh, okay, we've got Cedric and Joe. Go for it, Cedric.
Yes, yes. Sorry, I tried to ask for the mic, but don't know how to do it. Yes, it's a question about the organization again, because I'm a bit disappointed how it's currently working. In fact, because we discuss about closing the nomination. We speak about 1 month to propose and so on. We speak about last proposition time, and we close the nomination. And the Bailey, as a chair, you was removed because you were one of the nominated person. And now because you withdraw, it's your right, and because there is a nomination by country, each country needs to know which people they are nominated. We have normally, as PPFR, discuss with you in any means to know your position about a nomination. So that's why we didn't support you, even if we wanted to do. But we know your position, and we didn't try to push another one time. But that's why we have two people from France saying that we are ready to chair the PPI. And at the last second, not the last minute, the last second, someone raised already in the board saying that yes, I can. I think I see this move as a trap because all the time we speak about time. We have 1 month. We have this kind of gap of time to do stuff, to propose things, and when it's not in the right schedule for some people, yes, they can do what they want. I'm not very pleased to see this kind of move in the PPI. We nominate. If right now I withdraw from the nomination, somebody can rise another one person, and we can't stop the discussion. We closed the nomination. Yes, people can withdraw. It's the thing of the nomination, and we open it again. We can play this game all the day long if you want. It's not acceptable in this way to do what we are doing right now. Sorry, but it's not the good way to do something.
So in case that was a question on me, so from what I got, you're wondering how that happened. So in so sorry for that, for the confusion. So I and the Pirate Party of Germany have not been aware that Bailey is not available to continue to chairing PPI. And the nomination from Pirate Party of Germany have been submitted, well, this morning. This is because we have a complicated process of multiple rounds of decision, and it had been approved by the board only tonight, and it's been submitted then to the forum by Anne Herpetz, our chairwoman from the Pirate Party of Germany. And to to answer the other one, there is a Pirate Party of Switzerland and Pirate Party of Russia. Well, Pirate Party of Switzerland asked to reopen nomination, and I see in the forum also Pirate Party of Switzerland and Russia have nominated Gregory Engel at that point, and I understand that our statutes is allowing nomination for officers until the election is over or until the nomination is closed. A different case with the Pirate Party of Europe, where the officers need to be nominated 1 month in advance before the GA. But since it's a new situation that have not been known, like that Bailey is not available, I think it's fair to give the members the opportunity to react to the new information, and it's members' decision. It's like, I understand that the rules may be not perfect, but this is the rules we have. And in case there was a personal question to me, I'm sorry for that I've missed it.
Okay. Joe and then Manuel.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say, Bailey, thank you so much for all the years of service. We really appreciate where you've gone, and I wouldn't discount everything that you brought to this organization. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Joe.
I mean, I know myself wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, and I'm sorry for any tribulations that you had in coming from the U.S. Pirate Party and all the drama that ensued from there. Even though I was not a part of it, I'm sorry that it happened.
Oh, well, I mean, I never had any drama with the US Pirate Party. Definitely Canadian Pirate Party is in bad shape, but yeah, no, there was never any issue with the US Pirate Party. You guys are awesome.
Well, we try. We have our moments too. That being said, what is the 1 year? This is to all candidates. And what is your 1 year goal, and what is your long-term goal for the Pirate Party?
So the 1 year goal would be for the Pirate Party International, for Pirate Parties International, I assume, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because there are like many pirate parties. So yeah, for the Pirate Parties International, I think that the minimum goal for the year would be to have one physical meeting organized, a conference somewhere, and to actually have this statutes reform processed in a state that we can vote on that on the next GA. It's I know Mike have done a lot of preparatory work, and this needs to finish and then like act on that, so we can actually have that online shop and collect donations. Well, we do collect donations, but like do this better way to operate in a real world. I would also love to see decentralized autonomous organization project starting, which is not necessarily needs to be a GA decision, but we can just like start with that. And since I know a lot of things about it, and we have also other enthusiasts on the board, like Keith and other people, I think that we also totally be able to do. And then I would love to actually finish or start, well, updating. I wrote back in 2012, I wrote a strategy paper for PPI, of which we have a lot of points already fulfilled. So it's 10 years have passed. Some things still on there that are still valid, like better visibility and better like presence and in a news space, and so press present is almost non-existent. So we need to find a better way to work with press releases and journalists, and to offer us as a competent partner for journalists to be asked about stories, and because this would raise also visibility of the pirate movement worldwide, and would help our members. And I would also think that we had made this needs assessment a couple of years ago, and also been repeated that. And I know Keith has prepared the findings of that, but so it can be presented. But these needs assessments that our members told us as feedback what they wish from PPI to change and to happen, we need to do that. And I think that is also something doable very short term to mid term, so that will happen this year. And for the long term plan, I would love to see our organizational mature, to be able actually to like hire some helping staff at some point. For that, we need a legal structure that supports that, so we can able like pay employment taxes and find it like not just paying in Bitcoin virtually and then be not responsible to anyone, but actually having something like a place where we can help some volunteers and some kind of a virtual bureau, because we have a lot to do, and we can use this to help our members and to organizing conferences and organizing the UN participation. For that, we would need a different budget, a different money, a different way of income, and this is something that we are definitely not ready to do this year. But I will really think that in something like 3 years' time, we will be able to do that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gregory. So Manuel and then Florian.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Lee. I just wanted to point out, in the interest of having a debate in good faith, as Gregory said, one could agree that the current rules of procedure regarding the deadlines for presenting nominations for offices within PPI are not the best, because we have this problem that delegations are nominating at the very last moment candidates for those positions. However, one could argue at the same time that the logistical problems and infrastructure problems of PPI, given that our emails and communications is not reaching our members, both ordinary and observers, that duality is giving us some degree of flexibility to having a minimal amount of candidates for each one of the positions. For example, we still don't have, as far as I'm concerned, enough candidates to fill the positions within the Court of Arbitration. There has been comments before within the General Assemblies about the lack of participation of some members within the whereabouts of PPI in general. So we could eventually support a motion for modifying these rules of procedure and these rules about deadlines for presenting a candidates. But strictly speaking, I just took a look again onto our statutes and rules of procedure of the General Assembly, and the moves, the so-called moves that our French delegates mentioned regarding the nomination for the beginning of the General Assembly and the approval of the agenda. But personally, I would respectfully ask the French delegates not to consider this process rigged or a trap or a game, just to defeat, for lack of a better word, the nominations of the French delegation. Please. Thank you.
Okay, Florian and then Cedric.
So yeah, first I'll maybe bounce on what Manuel just said. The French delegation is first and foremost more than able to speak its own mind. And the simple remark concerning the lack of rules regarding deadlines and nominations is a simple fact. We can debate on whether it is legit or not. We can either consider it is, but the fact is that there are no deadlines specifically written. A common practice will be to say, if the vote hasn't happened yet, it can move forward, and I'm not opposed to that. But I hope we can still speak our minds. The question I wanted to ask Gregory was about his, how could I say that? His view on how he can push things forward in the chairperson role rather than the vice chairperson role. What can you do more but you can't at the moment? And how do you feel accepting such a nomination on the spark of an instant?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question, and I'll answer the second one first. So I felt really surprised and also honored that people, at least two parties, requested that I step up the candidate or be a candidate for the chairperson, and I know this position from the past, but and I've not been prepared. It's been a total surprise for me. I really not expected that. So so I'm a surprise and also excited. Of course, I am also afraid that it's now will lead to some kind of unpleasant resentments inside the members or some members who like are not prepared as surprised as I am too, and that who think that it's not the way to conduct business. And I kind of agree, but then, as you said, the rules are how they are, and inside that rule, that is how we need to operate, and the rules explicitly had been given like that. I remember at the founding GA in Brussels, we had discussed several deadline options for nominating candidates, and all of them had been voted down. So people actually actively have not wanted any deadlines back then. It's been a long time ago, I know, but so from the position of a chair versus position of a vice chair, the vice chair position is more like a consultatory and also internal meeting, but the like a lot of doing stuff, yes. But the position of a chair is also more publicly interfaced. So actually, like talking in the name of organization is usually the chair. Also, like addressing the members. I think in the last couple of years, I never wrote any email to our members, to all of the members, or just like formulated it maybe, but let Bailey or Mike Keys doing that. I think in the position of a chair, it's a much more position that is connected to with communications to the outside world and to the internal to the members. So if it's so, I see this also as a task, like maybe to activate the membership we have, to build upon the social capital we have. So to try to raise the involvement of present members of the PPI and also help founding new parties. So that is definitely what Parties International Chair have more to do than the Vice Chair, which is more about internal proceedings, regulations, and make sure that everything is tied together and consulting and helping whenever is needed. So I totally see that it is a different role. I'm happy in whatever position PPI members would like to see me. So my heart is with the organization, and I don't take that personally. So in case you think I should remain vice chair instead, I'm totally happy with that. I have still a year on my term for the vice chair. And I was prepared to do that. So I'm totally. But if the members think that my qualities and talents can be used as a chair again, I also open to that. Thank you.
Yeah. So a quick bounce again, if I may. I'm totally on par with you on your experience and all you can give to the organization. Nothing personal again. I really think from my point of view that you can give a lot to the organization regarding the internal proceedings, especially since you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that we have a lot of reorganization to do, internal stuff to sort. And I think you can really be invaluable in this role. So yeah.
Okay, Cedric?
Yeah, thank you, Bailey. So yes, I need to answer to Manuel as a candidate because he asked us to put aside our grief and so on. Yes, it's possible, but I also understand your point of view about it's not in the rules and so on. So maybe if you're willing to, but in the other hand, Gregory said, "Oh, it's all right. There is no problem." So we have two people in the board saying that two opposite things. So which person I need to trust? The one in the board saying that I'm right, or the one person saying is right and is candidate? Sorry, it's so upsetting seeing that the person cheering because Bailey is no more was candidate is cheering, is reopening, is the candidate, and no, yes, we will vote with that. How not to be surprised? And sorry if it's not so easy for me to speak with surprise and Gregory because he have a plan for 10 years so on, but no, he's surprised. So yes, I'm very happy for him to be surprised as he is, but yes, it's very difficult to put this grief aside because I was a former member of the board, and every time you want to do something aside the statutes, you have Gregory saying, no, the statutes are in this form, you can't do what you want. And I don't understand with that the rules can be banned time to time, every time it's for the benefit of Gregory. And it is for years now. We need to understand that. And even if you don't want to hear that, I may you can say that to me, and I can withdraw my candidature and so on. This is not the problem. But right now, we are assisting to a robbery, and we need to acknowledge that every country, every pirate parties have the time to nominate people. They have the possibility to nominate several peoples. We do that in France. We have Fleury, we have me for candidates because we are different person. But no, this is a surprise that Bailey is tired for 6 years because you don't search how she felt. And no, this is a surprise that she didn't want to go another term. Sorry, but not sorry. I'm not surprised that Bailey withdrew. I'm not. So I want you to be honest and saying that yes, we know how Bailey was, we know how Bailey felt, and yes, it was a possibility that I can be candidate, and yes, I'm full prepared for that. You are not surprising, and you are acting like you are, but at any moment, you were in control to this decision.
No, I can't say that because I'm totally surprised, and I have. So to answer your question, I knew how Bailey felt on a personal level, like the personal issues that she mentioned with the loss of parents and other challenges. So usually for the last 5 years, we had a weekly one-on-one call with Bailey and me, and the last year we kind of let that slip more often than we had it. And the last time we spoke, it's been a couple of months ago. I've been very, 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 very busy with writing and finishing my master thesis. And so I kind of got out a little bit of touch. So you say you're not surprised that Bailey is tired because I apparently have not supported her. I must say that we had a very cooperative and productive partnership during the last 5 years that we have worked together. And I, for my part of view, could say that definitely I'm very sad that Bailey is not available. I would really love to see her continue chairing the PPI and doing that for the next 2 years. So if I would be having this probability, or that I would be here as a candidate, I would have not stepped in and tried to chair the election part. Actually, we had talked at the last board meeting that I should take over the chairing for the meeting for the preparation for the GA, that I should take over the chairing of the assembly here for the General Assembly for the agenda items of elections, because I'm not a candidate, and so I'm totally unprepared. I'm really, you can't believe it. I am prepared in terms of that I know what I want to do with PPI. I know what the PPI has on its table, and I'm involved for a long time. So for me, it's not a problem to say what thing, but I have not brainstormed. I have not went into deep analysis or something. I'm not really prepared. I'm a politician enough that I can talk on the spot if I'm asked a complicated question. I have a lot of experience in running in all kinds of election, including European Union candidate and all others. So don't be fooled by my rhetorical eloquence. I am really prepared. I'm really unprepared to speak here. I'm surprised as everybody else, and I had no idea that I would be nominated.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to start drama here. Flory?
Yes, thank you, Bailey. I think the best person for saying that she has your help during the last years is Bailey. And if we ask Bailey, maybe she will answer to us. How was the 6 years of mandate of sharing for the PPI with you, Gregory? And maybe she will answer to us to this question if she wants to. But I'm not prepared. Yes, I'm not prepared for sharing the PPI because I wasn't the PPI vice chair for several years. But I think because I take it for an attack. I'm sorry. We are volunteers with Cedric for sharing the PPI, and then yes, I am experimented. Okay, then I think we have the experiment of the new, and I think you as chair for a long time and vice chair for a long time also, you didn't do anything. So if you have some experiment, I think it is for not moving. And so if we are today candidates, as Cedric said, it is because we want to change things in the PPI. We want to change things also in the PPU. And we have already worked with you, Gregory, and also with some other persons. I will not nominate here, but we have worked with you, Gregory, and I don't think that it is easy to work with you. I think it is more conflictful for a lot of reasons. And I think it's time for changing, and for changing persons, and then for new people in the head of the PPI, and for just changing the rules that you don't respect because there are no rules. Then if you close the nominations and you open the nomination because it is ranging you, then you reclose the nominations, and because it's okay, I am nominated then, so I will close the nomination. So I think there are a lot of problems now in the PPI, and these problems will not be will not disappear with you as a head of the PPI. So it wasn't a question, as you know, so it don't ask for an answer. And it's just a remark, as you understand. I don't think you will be the greatest person of the world for being the chair of the PPI. I think there are so many people motivated here for doing a lot of work for the PPI and doing a new work for the PPI and making a new PPI, making an organization that is just not disorganized. And maybe I think for the good health of the PPI, it will be better to have you as a vice chair for explaining for the new chair how to work with the actual status of the PPI and then how to work with all the members of the PPI. And as a vice chair, you are a good consulting person, but as a chair, I don't know. I don't think you will be the better one. Thank you.
Keith?
Hi, yeah. So I'm just gonna a few words. Thank you again, Bailey, for all your time in PPI. You and I joined the board at the same time, so it's kind of emotional for me to see you go as well. And I do hope you might consider not entirely leaving us, but serving as a board member or alternate or some other task. I know it's a lot of time commitment for us for something that we all do as volunteers. And I guess this brings me to my question for all of you. I've mentioned in the past, I do think it's good that we change roles, that we have a chair for some years and that only for a specific amount of time, or a general secretary or any of the positions, and then we change. And also I think the person that takes the role of the chair is really the person that needs to be doing the most work. So, that's another reason I don't want to be the chair is, I don't have as much of a time commitment that I'd feel that I could give enough of my energy to be the chair. And so I want to ask each of you, and that goes for everyone here, we haven't had voted yet. And right now the people who are running are Flori, Cedric, Michael, and Gregory that have been nominated so far. How much of your time do you have available to invest in PPI work? It's very important that people don't take this position as being just an elected position that they can put on their resume, and that they're really going and putting in a lot of work. So my question is both for you. How much time do you foresee yourselves being the chair of the organization, and how much time do you actually have available?
Who first?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I finished writing my master thesis, so I have a whole lot more time on my hand to do. I'm self-employed. I have a IT consulting company and a small hotel in Frankfurt. So I'm financially independent, and I don't actually need client work right now. So in a couple, and I don't have any active client engagement currently. So at the moment, I am able to dedicate like at least 20 to 30 hours per week to PPI, which will not be sustainable in a long term or even mid term, but over the year, I guess. So, and my usual engagement for the PPI would be about like 10 hours a week from what I remember doing as chair previously. It not necessarily have to repeat that. It may be something else. But basically, I can spend as much time as needed.
All right, Cedric?
Yes, and to Fleury, yes, it's for everybody the question. So yes, I'm in stable situation right now, and it doesn't need to change for 4 years. I managed to have a remote situation to work, so I have no transportation and so on. So I gain 10 to 12 hours per week to do what I want. I have a simple family situation. My cat is aware of that, so there is no kids and so on. So also a lot of time. I manage, I hope so, in PPFR to make some automatization to the vote and so on. So they don't need me in the long process. And in France, for the boards things, we don't try to ask for titles. We want to be known for our ideas. So it's not for the power of the titles that we run right now and the position of the chair. It's only for the work, and there is a lot of work to do. When you want to make some evolution, and I don't put the name of revolution, but when you want to do some evolution, and you want to incarnate in a way. It's a share position for that. You need to spend a lot of time. So yes, I'm totally aware of how many times it takes to be in a board process, in PPI and PPOU also. So don't worry for that. I'm totally prepared, and it was a question. I had the time, in fact, to ask myself if I'm one of the person that can do and spend the time for that. And the answer was yes. So yes, I have time. I'm in stable situation, and I want to do things. So, Flory.
Yes. Then, as Cedric, I am alone. I don't have any family. I don't have any children, and I have a stable situation. I work and I used to work for a year, for now a year and a half, for in the yes, in an enterprise in the same city as I live for the moment, and I used to move a lot of time before because of my different jobs, but for the moment I am in a stable situation in my own apartment and in a stable situation, a professional situation. I don't have any problem for giving time for the parrot things and the political things also. The French Pirate Party is stable for several months, and it is because we work a lot on the organization, and I am someone really organized. I used to organize the work in the French Pirate Party for just having more time for me and for making all people work and not just one person. So it is also my aim as a chair to make people work and not just the chairperson. It is my aim, and I want to apply what we learn in France about the organization, the horizontal organization, and the participation of everyone in the work for all the organization. So I have time. I have time to give, and I want to give this time, and I want to help the international organization for having more horizontal organization and a more participative movement with all persons who want to work in. So I think I have time. It's not a problem for me, and not even 20 or 30 hours, but all the time that will be needed for this work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Flory. Does anybody else have any questions? Manuel?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to apologize to the French delegate, to Florian, if my comments sounded like I was trying to hijack the opinion or the right to speak of the French Pirate Party. I just wanted to bring the tensions down, given the lack of specific rules. I wasn't trying to co-opt the right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess if there's no more questions or anything, then I guess it is time to vote. Again, I just want to say my decision was not intended to cause more drama or complications in any way, and I apologize for that. I didn't realize it was going to be as big of a shock to people as it is. I mean, I figured some folks would be surprised, but I didn't expect it to be this big of a surprise. And the intention was never to, you know, make things more complicated or cause any issues. And Keith, about your, you know, you said something about if I were open to a board position. I am open to it, I'll say that. The intention here is not to say goodbye to all of this permanently or anything. I'm not saying I don't want to have any involvement in PPI. I just need to step back from the leadership role, and yeah, and it was, like I said, a very hard decision. That's why I didn't say anything earlier, because I was really trying to make sure that this is the right choice for me, and I think that it is, and I think it's ultimately the right choice for PPI, I hope. So I will stop rambling now. I just wanted to get that out there as we close this topic. So it's time to vote now on chairperson. We have 3 candidates, and I think we're gonna. Okay, Cedric, you have a question?
Yes, sorry. In all the discussion about your restoring, you mentioned that you don't want to disappear, and everybody seems that they feel like you, they don't want you to disappear. Maybe it's just a thought, but are you agree to be nominated to a board, only a board staff, to be with us in the change and not to be in the responsibilities, because it seems that for everybody we will be glad to have you there. Can you consider this position before voting and so on, or because when we reach the board vote and so on, the board nomination, we will need to discuss this point. So maybe consider my question.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Cedric. Yes, I am open to a board position. I am. So if the community here feels like that's a good move, if somebody wants to nominate me, feel free to do so. Okay, so we have Gregory on the speaker's mic, and we have Manuel and Veronica as well.
I'm sorry, I was just here for the questions.
Just hanging out. All right. Manuel and then Veronica.
Thank you, Eli. I just wanted to say, as it was stated in the chat, the Russian delegation delegated the vote to me, given the absence, the potential absence of Alexander. I just wanted to state for the record that the Russian delegation nominated Mike Gill to be the chairperson of the organization, but given that he hasn't responded to requests for acceptance or dismissal of the nomination, I think we should treat it as rejected. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Manuel. Yeah, I guess Mike isn't here to accept a nomination, so it's probably not wise to keep him in the race. Veronica? Are you there, Veronica? Oh, I got a message from Veronica.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Cool. Sorry, I just called Mike. He just finished counting the votes and will be online in approximately 3 minutes. So if we can just wait for him. Sorry, he was at the election. He was in the election polls, so he just needs to get back home. So if we can give him a couple of minutes, he will be online to decide about the nomination. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, all right then. Cedric?
Totally agree to wait for him at this stage.
Okay, so he'll be right along, eh? So Gnome wrote in the chat, he said, if not elected as chairs, would Cedric and Flory wish to be vice chairs, helping organize communications and statute amendments? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
Okay, so, Mike, you have been nominated for chair of PPI.
Wow, nice. May I ask, I'm not in the picture, like, who are the other options? Sorry, I just came in.
Yep, so right now we have Flory, Cedric, and Gregory, and yourself.
Okay, then Gregory has my support and I withdraw. I don't really need any more work at the moment. Thank you. But thank you to whoever nominated me.
Okay, thank you, Mike. All right, so I think we're going to do this vote a little bit differently because we're voting on candidates. Oh, Manuel, go ahead. Oh, did you have something to say, Manuel?
I just wanted to ask Mike if his withdrawal also counted for board member or alternate board member, if he was withdrawing of those nominations too. Thank you.
Not at all, since I nominated myself. just the chairperson.
All right. So because we're voting on candidates, I think what we're going to do this time, and definitely correct me if anybody thinks that we should do this differently, but I will call out your party name and then you say which candidates you support. If that's okay. I'm pretty sure that's how we've done it in the past. I always get a little confused around this part.
Okay, just give us a second so we can prepare for that.
Yep.
May I ask if we still have the same quorum as when I left? 10 parties, Switzerland, the last one arriving.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I don't know what is the current number of parties. Do we have still the same number of parties represented as when I was leaving? The voting power of 10 was Brazil, Catalonia, Chile, Czechs, French, German, Israeli, Russian, Switzerland, and the US.
Yeah, it's set up on line 503.
Yeah, we're not missing anyone, are we? Nobody came in and without us noticing. All right. And to answer your question, Florian, you do get to vote for every candidate if you want. You just say whoever you want to vote for, and it can be like all candidates if you want, or it can be 2 out of 3. It can be 1 like whatever. Yeah, you can absolutely vote for every candidate.
Yeah, and it's approval voting, so there's only support votes, no abstentions, just the name you want to vote for.
Yeah. Okay, so just getting the minutes set up.
I think we're ready.
Good stuff. So, which candidates do you vote for PPI chairperson? Pirate Party of Brazil, you are first. I'm sorry, Florian. Did you have another question or anything you wanted to say before we voted? I just saw you leave the speaker's room.
No, it was to ask about the vote choice.
Oh, okay.
Like if you have to choose only one candidate, or if we have to cast a vote on each proposition.
Right. Yeah, you just say who you're voting for, and like I said, it can be 1, it can be 2, it can be all of them. Like it's totally your call. So, Pirate Party of Brazil, who do you vote for?
We vote for Flori and Cedric.
All right. Thank you. Catalonia.
We vote also for Flori and Cedric.
Chile. Are you there, Chile?
Yes,
Oh,
we vote
yeah.
for. Oh, sorry. Okay, we vote for Flori.
All right. Czech Republic.
Only Gregory.
France.
With a lot of surprise, I'll vote no on Gregory, yes to Flory, and yes to Cedric.
All right, Germany.
We support Flory and Gregory.
Israel. Israel votes yes for Gregory. Russia votes for Gregory. Switzerland votes for Gregory. And the United States.
I will also vote for. Actually, I would abstain.
Okay. So let's count these up. All right, so it appears we have a tie between Flory and Gregory. So I believe that means we vote again.
If it helps, I'll change my vote for Flory.
You're gonna change your vote to Flory?
Yeah, just to break the tie.
Okay. So the United States is voting for Flory.
Objection to that. Like, you can't just finish a vote, see the result, and then somebody changes the vote. That's just not how it's done.
Fair.
May I?
Yep.
May I?
Yep, go for it.
Yeah. I totally understand what Mike is saying, but right now the votes are public, so we all know our position. So even if some people want to change their votes, not in favor in Flory, for example, how it can be possible that Gregory wins? In fact, we know all the public position. So yes, no, we have right now, because if the vote is not finished, we can recast another person in nomination, maybe. So I don't understand that Joe can't change his position according there is public public position. I don't understand your point.
Yeah, I get that you don't understand it, but that does not change anything about its legality. Like, this just never happens. You can't finish a vote and then everybody starts changing the vote until we have an outcome. It's not a vote, then it's a discussion. Like, that's just stupid. Like, everybody can change the vote. Like,
yes,
but
everybody.
Yeah, but that's not the vote. That's the discussion. You can now we can have a discussion and then we can have another vote. That's how it is always done in civilized society.
Okay, so speak with Gregory about civilization and how we cast a vote, how we nominate people, and how you were nominated in this fact. So yes, I can support your position about voting again, but don't push about civilization and how to vote, because we spent 1 hour about nomination and how we can nominate people because something changed. some things right now change. Someone wants to change something. I didn't understand that now we need to be civilized. So sorry for this argument, but you were not there for the discussion about nomination.
So you're trying to tell me that you were discussing how we will proceed in the situation that there is a tie, that if people can change the vote or we vote again? Bullshit. You definitely weren't discussing anything like that. And don't try to put into my mouth something I fucking didn't say.
Okay, Vincent, you are next on the speakers list.
Yes, I have something to criticize, because I think if we tell how the thing works, and then we don't have in time in the delegations to discuss the vote. This time was very low, I think. And I think if we have these situation now, we have to make another vote, and every delegate and we have to see which candidates are in this situation still available, and then every delegation must have time to have another vote, and not direct in this moment. Some delegations can tell they change their vote, and other delegations who are where are bigger doesn't had time to find how to proceed with this situation.
Second.
Okay, I think Joe is next.
I wasn't trying to cause any drama in changing a vote. All I was trying to do was abstaining to not get into the debate to begin with. But the reason for my vote to change to the wonderful representative from France was simply because Gregory would still be upon the panel and be able to support her, and it seemed like the most logical conclusion. If it's a procedural matter, then let us just go ahead and call the vote.
Okay, Gregory?
Yeah, thank you. So again, because it's been said again, so that I'm not civilized and not following the rules. There had been a request by Pirate Party of Switzerland to reopen nomination, which is covered by our procedural motions in the rules of procedure, and we followed that. And then there had been other nominations, and according to the statutes, that is our rules, every PPI members is entitled to propose members, whoever they want to do for the candidates for elections, which Pirate Party of Russia and Pirate Party of Switzerland did. So we're following the rules. So our rules for voting is Article 6A for elections says that the votes will be counted, and if they tie, there is how to proceed that additional round, where only yes vote per ordinary members can be cast. So it's all in the rules of procedure. There is no way to change an already casted vote. There is a procedural motion in the Article 7, 3, letter L, to procedural motion to recount the votes. We can recount them as they had been cast, and nothing will be changed because we're doing it in a very transparent manner. It is if we would be using written ballots, then it would make sense. But I think that was not the procedural motion to recount the votes, and just saying like announcing how Pirate Party United States will vote in the next round is a good. They can do that. But we are following the rules. The rules maybe look silly for some, but it is the rules that our members have given us. And we can change the rules if we think they are not correct. There's ways to do that. It's described in the rules how to change the rules. But we are really civilized here, and please refrain from claims that we are not following the rules or it is somehow open to will and chance. It is not. Thank you very much.
Mike?
Sorry, I didn't leave.
Sorry, what's that?
I didn't leave the microphone. I was.
Oh.
I didn't leave the microphone. I was just stuck there.
Okay, no worries. Okay. Round 2.
I would ask for a 10-minute recess so I can get together with the 3 other Czechs present, and we can come up with how we're gonna vote next time.
Okay, yeah, what do you guys think about having a little 10-minute break? Let's just give things a chance to cool off a little bit. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. All right. So, it's quarter after. We might as well make it 15 and then start at the half hour point. So, yeah, let's step away for 15 minutes and we'll come back at this is 16:30 Europe time, 15:30 Universal time. All right? All right. It is that time again. So, I'm just going to take a quick roll call just on the short list here, just to make sure we've got everybody. I see Dario has not returned to the room yet. Maybe we can give him a minute. But in the meantime, do we have Brazil?
Yeah.
All right. Do we have who's next? Catalonia.
Hello. I understand that we are voting right now, right?
I'm just doing a quick roll call right now, just to make sure we've
Okay.
got everybody. Yeah, but you're here, so awesome. Chile, are you back yet?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Czech Republic.
Yes, we are here.
France.
Yes.
Germany.
Yeah, I'm here.
Israel.
Here.
Russia. Yes. Okay. Sorry, did I miss something? Carlos, are you voting? Are you Alexander's proxy right now? Okay. All right. So Carlos is Alexander's proxy. So Switzerland will be the proxy for Russia. Okay. So we have Russia and Switzerland here. United States. Did we lose Joe? Oh, he's here now. Okay, so we've got everybody back. And we are on the second round of voting for PPI chairperson. Just really quick, nobody else came in from any other member party, as far as I know. Okay. So we have it's between Florian Gregory and same deal as before. I'll just call out your party name and you say who you're voting for. Mike?
Any chance for quickly saying something before?
What's that?
Any chance for putting in a quick word before we vote?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize for not being here before for this discussion. I did my best now in the 15 minutes to ask people around and to read through it. And honestly, I'm somewhat mesmerized about the direction it took. I don't really want to talk about the candidate specifically, but yeah. No, I have to. I can't really. What I don't really get is how everybody is suddenly considering voting for the French candidates after years of the French being absolutely inactive within the PPI. I don't get it. And especially when they have the balls to go directly for the chair of an organization they've been ignoring for years. Sorry for being blunt about it, but since nobody raised that in the discussion, as far as I managed to read through it, I don't get it. I don't have the balls to go for the chair after 4 years of being on the board. And yeah, I would just like putting it out there. A rhetorical question. If nobody responds to that, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Cedric?
So yes, this is a real question, and we ask ourselves the same question: how we can go to the PPI board and even the chair after saying that without saying loudly, in fact, that we don't want to pay for not this mess, but all the things are ruled into the PPI. In fact, in the past years, we had Etienne, member of the PPI members, PPI board members. I was board members 1 year later, and we were, after 1 year of service, how to say that? Astonished. Yes, maybe. Because there is no real organization into the PPI. And it's what we said just earlier in our presentation. So we are not lying about our position. We say that the PPI is lacking of organization. It's the same thing at all levels because we have some affairs. We change our treasurer during the last year. It's not because we don't care about PPI that we don't apply or go with it. It's only because we are frustrated. We are sad how the PPI is ruled. So yes, we try to detach ourselves from the PPI. We were not able to quit on the PPI. It was on the table in the PPFL because yes, as I said, we were upset about the management of the PPI, and right now it's not we trust Bailey, so if she wanted to go again into the chair, we will support her, but we see an opportunity to change the PPI. So yes, we were not there in the past, only because, and you said I need to speak. I can't about candidate. Yes. There are some conflict, and we must acknowledge the fact that there are some conflict into the PPI. We heard a lot of time that PPFR is doing some shit. PPFR has their tools are literally shit. If you trust PPFR, PPI will be dismantled. If you trust PPFR, PPFR are purchased from the inside, so on. So there is a lot of stuff running about our organization, and we are in stable position in France. We have some advice. We put some advice into political stuff and so on. The mechanics in France are very difficult for little parties, so we don't care about some parties having some great results in a country that the ballots are paid from the states. We need to pay our ballot ourselves. So if you try to judge the PPFR from this point of view, you're wrong. And with that, all judgments are wrong with this procedure. So yes, we were back from the PPI in the past because we don't agree how the PPI is ruled. We propose today to change the organization and to incarnate in a way these kind of things. Yes, so you're right. We were back off the PPI. We didn't quit, and yes, we went to change, and we will for that. That's all. There is no paradox in our position to go for the chair. It's only one way or the other, quitting. In the past, it's not a menace. So quitting or ruling because it seems that we need to rule to change. So why not?
Okay, Mike, did you have a response to that?
Oh yeah, Cedric, you can truly be a professional politician. Like your art of putting into somebody's mouth something they never said is fascinating. Like judging the French pirates based on some non-existing international standard of what, like, I don't know what you actually said. That I'm judging your party because it's something worse, because the conditions for a small parties in France are worse. Did I ever said anything like that? I never in my life spoke about the internal situation in France because I have no idea it's working like that. What I said above was that the French didn't care about the PPI for the past at least 2 years at all. And that now you suddenly barge in and nominate everybody for every possible position, including the chairs, 2 people, and expect to be voted into that position simply because you say that you don't have children and you have time and some experience. Yeah, awesome. But we also have candidates who have experience running the PPI. Yes, Gregory is not a perfect candidate. Neither, we said that yesterday at the Pirate Beer that you weren't that Bailey is also not a perfect manager to running this organization. Nobody is perfect. But honestly, based on my experience with you and Etienne, nobody liked working with you when you were on the board. And honestly, I can't really imagine somebody being from the French Pirates who don't really care about the PPI for years to be running this organization and somebody wanting to cooperate with them. Like, honestly, I don't really. I'm thinking about withdrawing from the election for the board in case that you or Flory is elected as the chair, because I don't want to cooperate with you. I remember the cooperation from 2 years ago when you were on the board, and it sucked, and you were just a regular member. So yeah.
So now you're in the
please,
allegation.
Wait for
stop.
wait.
Please stop.
Wait
Shut up.
Wait
I'm
for me to.
intervening because you are delivering
Emerald,
an ultimatum. That's not that's not possible. Please stop.
Florian, please go back. So now you're in the allegation.
Is somebody running this show, or can we just speak over one another?
Yes. So someone is running this show. Yes, really, where we are all shocked that nomination come from nowhere. That's the point.
Are you kidding me?
Where
I'm asking.
No,
how is
I'm
it possible
not.
that you're fucking talking now?
But
Okay,
in the fact,
I had the floor.
sorry, you have some allegation against me, so I really need to answer because yes, I'm not
okay.
easy to.
If this is
but
how you're gonna do it,
you are into
Okay, guys.
you were talking shit
Guys.
for ages, and then you finished, and then I was
No.
given the floor, and now you're just breaking the rules and taking the floor by yourself.
Okay.
This is how you wanna run an election,
Guys. Okay. Everybody take a breath. Okay. I think we're just gonna proceed now, okay?
No, we can't.
You can't?
Because there are some allegation saying that nobody can work with me. Who can't?
I didn't say that. What the fuck?
You said that.
I said I can't. I said I can't.
And you menace. You put some menace saying that if PPFR members are elected, I withdraw. And you people not
I said I'm
already
considering
voting,
that. You're
this
lying
point.
every fucking sentence. Why are you doing that?
You are menacing, saying that you want to withdraw if such people are elected. That's your
I
word.
said I'm considering it. Maybe maybe fucking
considering.
listen.
Yes, always use conditional because yes, acting with fact is so terrible. Yes, it's not easy to work with Cédric Levieux because There are nasty people into PPI. You have this kind of problem already this year. You know normally what I'm speaking about. And this was the main problem, is it was against anything. And yes, in PPFR, we stand against this position. And yes, it's very difficult to stand against. And because we are in PPI, and because we don't like conflict, because of that, we try to know making waves. And because of that, people like Bastian, if you want names like Bastian, is still there. And because he's still there, I'm still there. I will be very happy to not working with him in any instance, but until it's there, I will be there. So yes, it's difficult to work with people who are not agree with you. Yes, it's very difficult. But when you have some problems, you need to stand against them. That's the point. Now, I didn't say that you say that PPFR have some problem for vote and so on. I'm saying because you ask the question and take all the audience as people to vote in the next time, they need to know all the situation. Not your words, but the facts. So yes, this is a running show right now. I'm very upset about that, but it's the same thing years and years. And the only thing that you want to propose is keep the way we have in the past, because we know this way. We propose, and I propose, as a French member, to change this way. This is the only thing. And yes, change or no change is your choice, and your choice only. But you don't have the right to say that we didn't care. We didn't pay because we have some problem to have some the invoices. We have the right to vote the year before to pay, and so on. We can't know who is really part of PPI. We try to alert this problem, and the only thing that we get right now is you don't care. We care, but we want change.
Okay. So we have Carlos and Vincent. I'm gonna let them speak and then we're gonna vote, okay, you guys?
Now I want to speak as well.
Okay, then we really gotta move on to the vote. Okay. Go ahead, Carlos. Okay. All right. Vincent.
Yes, I wanted to say that I'm a bit shocked about the procedure of the speaking here, because there this seems to be a discussion between you two, and not speaker list, and to give the word from the chair of the General Assembly to the speakers, and but you are talking with you two, and not in the list, and ordered from the chair. So I'm shocked about this debating culture.
Okay. Okay, Mike.
You might have noticed that I waited my turn. I only responded immediately when I was lied about. Because in this discussion, if something was obvious, is that Cedric is a pathological liar, and he can take a sentence I just said and turn it upside down, meaning something different. And I'm not staying for that. So in my opinion, Cedric is a liar, and not a person I would ever like to cooperate again on anything. And if somebody like that was a member of at least my chapter or my party, he wouldn't be part of that party anymore, because we don't stand for this behavior. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to vote now. All right. So, all right. So we are going to start with Brazil, and you know what to do.
We're voting for Flori.
Okay. Catalonia.
We are voting for Flori also.
Chile.
We will vote for Flori.
Czech Republic.
Gregory.
France.
Flori.
Germany.
In favor of Flori.
Israel.
Gregory still.
Russia. Okay, Russia votes for Gregory. Switzerland. Gregory. United States.
Both candidates are amazing, but I'm going to go with Flori.
Okay. So let's count these up now. All right, so we have 6 in favor of Flori, 4 in favor of Gregory. So Flori Marie from Pirate Party of France has been elected chair of Pirate Parties International. Congratulations, Flori. Go for it.
Thank you. I'm just, yes, breathless. It's not. It's a really huge surprise, and because yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I can't do any promise. Don't just where I don't have any word to say. Oh, I am really grateful for this this confidence you want to. I'm sorry. Can I just prepare some words and just keep going on the election? Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Flori. And I really hope that moving forward, this team can cooperate and come to an understanding and work together for the future of PPI. And let's all try to remember that, you know, ultimately we're all on the same team. We all believe in the same values. And let's try to make this work. Okay, moving on to board elections. So we have a number of candidates for the board. And our first candidate is Jerome North from Pirate Party France.
Hello, yes, it's I think.
What's that?
You were talking about Pirate Party France?
Yeah, so we're moving on to board elections now, and Jerome North is the first candidate on the list.
So yeah, do you want me to say a word for him? He's not present at the moment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So basically, he's here to give a helping hand as much as he can. He's one of the people in charge of the treasury in the French Pirate Party, and so we both wanted to give our experience and yeah, our energy to the organization in this direction.
All right. So I guess we can't really put questions out there. I mean, I guess if anybody has any questions that maybe Florian might be able to answer for Jerome.
I might be, as long as they revolve around how we do things or view certain things.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? All right. I'm going to take that as a no. All right. Next is Florian Roussel from Pirate Party France.
So yeah, that's me.
Yep.
So globally, nothing really particular in the same way as Jerome. I'm really happy about the work I have been able to do in the French Pirate Party regarding international cooperation. I'm setting up a youth wing and supervising the treasury. So I would like to put these skills to good use in the board, and then maybe if I get designed as a treasurer, in managing the finances of the party with a classic, I think, baseline for all pirates: transparency, availability, and yeah, good manners, good procedures as much as possible. I'm really looking forward to learning from you guys, and yeah, help is appreciated whether I get elected or to cooperate in the future, of course. So yeah, I'm also very aligned with Fleury's view on what we would like the organization to be, how we would like it to function, and to give voice to everyone with tools to support that and so on.
Awesome. Does anybody have any questions for Florian? All right. Next we have Mike Gill from Pirate Party Czech Republic.
Hello, I'm currently the international coordinator for the Czech Pirates, head of its foreign department. I work at the town hall as assistant of council members. For the last 4 years, I've been a board member of the PPI, for a short time a treasurer, I would say a very bad one. And for the past 2 years, general secretary, which is a position that I would definitely like to get rid of, because it takes a little bit more time than I'm currently willing to give. But I would definitely like to stick to the board duties. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions if needed.
All right, thank you, Mike. Does anybody have any questions for Mike? So, Alexander, so the number of board positions, if I'm not mistaken, it's 4 board positions that we're electing today, and then 1 alternate. Any questions for Mike? No? Okay. I'm also just realizing maybe Gregory or someone else should take over the chairing for now, since I am a candidate for board.
Yeah, I just noticed it too. Sorry.
I have a technical note since you were just explaining how it works. Because Bastian is now an alternate board member and should be for a year more, in case he becomes a full board member since he's running, then his position as the alternate board member becomes vacant. And I would propose that this position be then elected for 2 full years. Because currently we're voting the alternate board members as 3 in 1 year and 1 in 2 years. And if this actually happened, it will be a good opportunity to settle that and do it 2 years in 1 year and 2 years in the other. That's just a proposal how to operate if that happens.
Okay. I'm gonna need a reminder of that.
So should I
Okay.
take over?
Oh yeah, sorry, just instinct.
No problem. And we can deal with that when that happened. So it's not happened yet. So what just Mike said, yeah, but if Bastian would be elected, then we would have to, another alternate board member would be vacant, and we could talk about adjusting that term of the duration of the term. Then, so currently we are in the introduction of candidates, and I understand that. Sorry. So Emerald have introduced, and I'm sorry. Have Jerome been introduced or had introduced himself?
Yes, Raman should be next, probably, if we go by the list.
Okay, so by the list, sorry. So Mike, you also had an introduction, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the next one be Raman then.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So hi, I'm Raman. I'm 20 years old, and I currently live in the Netherlands. I'm a member of the Czech Pirate Party, and I study European law here. I have been with the Czech Pirate Party since 2021. And ever since then, I have been particularly engaged in the foreign department and the European department, and been actively a delegate and participated in the PPEU conferences as well as the PPI conferences. And I'm also the thematic coordinator for digital human rights in our common European program for the upcoming European Parliament elections. I would like to run for the board because I think that there's a great deal that I could potentially contribute to the Pirate Party movement. As a young and eager student, I'm very passionate about the movement and about my party, and I'd like to really do all I can to make sure that we truly succeed in the global community. And for that, I would hope to particularly contribute in helping to organize more in-person events, because unfortunately, I have only participated in PPI since COVID, so I have never had an opportunity to attend a conference in person, but I know that before the pandemic there have been a lot of them, so I'd hope to see that some of this can also be established in the future. Furthermore, I'd also like to help engage the young Pirate Party movement more within PPI. Currently, I don't think that we have any young pirate representatives within this meeting right now, but I've also been a delegate of the Young Pirates of Europe in the previous PPEU meetings, and as such, I'd hope to further help establish and further communications between the young pirates globally and the PPI and help engage them a bit more. And lastly, I'd also like to contribute to the potential reevaluation of the statutes, because what we might have seen today is the fact that a certain vagueness in the statutes contributes to a slight level of animosity between certain members of our community right now. And I think that there have been many challenges, especially external challenges, that we've had to face in recent years as the international pirate movement. And I think that the true challenges that we can minimize in this case are internal challenges. And I think that we should further help reestablish the fact that we are one big family and we have the same ultimate goals. And I'd like to contribute to helping create a unified front as much as possible. I'd like to thank the Czech Pirates for my nomination, and I'd like to thank anyone for their potential support. Thank you.
Any question to the candidate? And Mike, can I ask you please step down from the speaker's microphone? You're still hanging out and confusing.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing the minutes and didn't notice.
Yeah, it happens. I understand how it goes. Okay, and then the next one is Zbigniew.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. All right. Thank you for the word. My name is Zbigniew, and I'm a member of the Czech Pirate Party. I'm currently a vice chair in one of our local organizations and a member of one of our expert teams dealing with Europe, foreign affairs, and defense. The main reason why I'm running in this year's elections in the PPI is that I believe the existence of the PPI is significant for us, as this association can keep us connected as pirates, right? And that's important. So I would like to learn more about the functioning of the PPI, contribute my spare time. However, at this point, if that, I would like to step down as a candidate and would like to remain only as a candidate for elections. Thank you, guys.
Technical note, I didn't get the last two sentences because you were cutting out a little bit. If you can go to the minutes and or if you can repeat it, maybe.
Yeah, sure. I just said that at this point, if I can do that, of course, I would like to step as a candidate for the board and would like to remain a candidate other positions, if is that possible.
I'm not sure what position you mean, like alternate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alternate.
Yep. It depends. Yep. Like if somebody will sponsor that will be possible. So so technically every candidate needs a sponsor. So next candidate is Julian Hefner from Germany.
Yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about him if it would be okay, since he needed to leave a bit ago because he was hoping that the voting will be a bit earlier.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so Julian is a member of the German Pirate Party. He is fresh 19 years old, and this moment he is teaching English, economics, and history for like high school teaching person. In the German Pirate Party, he is deputy chairman, or like vice chairman of the Pirates Mittelfranken. It's in Bavaria, and yeah. He also candidated for like parliamentary elections and stuff. So even though it might sound that he's young, he is experienced in doing such stuff. And he's teaching learning to teach English. Then he's very grateful to talk more English to persons. And what he did before is that he also wrote about the several international pirate parties in our I don't know how to say pirate journal in Germany, and yeah, he wants to candidate for the PPI board to first gain more international experiences, bring in fresh spirit from the German side, and to learn more about pirate parties in other countries and get all his fresh and new ideas. And will be a good representative for the German Pirate Party at all in international politics. So yeah, I don't know if I can like answer to questions, but I can at least try if you have some.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions that Anne could answer on behalf of Julian? I don't see any. Wait. Then I would ask Bastian, go next.
I should go in the speaker's room. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will make it easy for you. I withdraw my candidacy because I've been insulted by a candidate again, and really, I can gladly do without this extremely rude treatment. So thank you for the nomination, but it's no way, I think.
Thank you, Bastian. So Bastian withdraws. Then we have M. Toledo from Brazil.
Hi everyone. I have been a member from Brazilian Pirate Party for over 10 years, where I served as communication coordinator, treasurer, and chairperson. I currently cooperate with another international organizations, and now I'm chairperson of the Aaron Schwartz Institute, which was born as a legacy of the Brazilian Pirate Party, who I invite everyone here to know. So I believe I can contribute to the board.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, just a quick question. Can you repeat the person? Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Can we also have your first name for the minute?
Michael.
Michael, thank you, because we only have M. Toledo, so it's better to have it full. So the next candidate is Bailey. Bailey, your floor.
All right. Hello again, everybody. I think we all know each other at this point, but my name's Bailey. I am 31, almost 32 years old. I am from London, Ontario, Canada, and I've been a pirate for, I don't know, almost a decade now. I was involved in Pirate Party Canada when that was still a thing, and I eventually made my way to the international movement. And as you guys know, I was vice chair for a few years, and then I was the chair for a few years. And, you know, even just as I step away from the leadership, I'm still happy to stay around on the board and just help out however I can, whether that's just, you know, helping work on projects or advising wherever appropriate. And yeah, I'm just professionally, I'm a social worker. I work at a women's shelter. And outside of that, I've been involved in lots of grassroots activism for pretty much my entire adult life. And that's kind of what naturally led me to the pirate movement. And I'm very passionate about pirate values. And yeah, and I have a lot of love for this movement and this community. And if people feel as though it is appropriate, if you think it's a good move, I would definitely be happy to stay on as a board member. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions, of course.
Yeah, any questions to Bailey? I do not see anyone running to the microphone, so in that case, I call Manuel into the floor, to the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you, Gregory. First of all, I wanted to thank the confidence of the Pirate Party of Germany for renominating me as for member of the board. I appreciate that very much. However, I believe that given the current circumstances, both personal, geographical, and political, I think that I'm not able to fulfill the duties of the board for the next period. Personally, I am still in university here, and my academic duties are growing, and my time for volunteer work at other organizations is running really low for that matter. Secondly, as an experience for from running the treasury more or less for half a year, I have realized that my actions as an intermediary between the European holders of the real keys to the treasure, to give it a name, is not really optimal. And besides, the interaction between many of the European members of this organization, mainly at the last General Assemblies and this one in particular, makes me feel like a bystander and a third wheel on an organization that is the majority of its members come from Europe. So, given all that context, I want to say to the record that I am unable to fulfill the duties of the office, and therefore I am forced to reject the nomination from the Pirate Party of Germany for the role of board member. I apologize a lot and thank you very much.
So you withdraw the candidacy or not accepting it? Is this correct?
Yes, I am. I don't know if the. I mean, I'm not the one who was browsing it, so I don't think I can withdraw it. So,
Yeah, you
so
can.
yeah.
No, you can.
Then yes, I am rejecting it. But if I'm allowed, I would like to say that personally, Julian Hefner has my confidence, and if any delegation was planning on voting for me, I would encourage them to vote for the nominee from the Pirate Party of Germany. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. Sorry. So, so we don't have any questions. Then we would come to voting. Wait a second. Okay, and then, so the voting is again, since there's some confusion about the rules of procedure. So the rules of procedure says that we have approval voting. So that means only yes votes are taken into account, and every member can vote for as many candidates as they seem fit. And the four with the most votes will be elected in case that they also, second condition, have votes from at least the half of the people who were voting. So if everybody is only voting for a few candidates, the chances that the four most favorite candidates also have the half, like in this case, at least five. No, more than half, so more than 50%. So it needs 6 countries needs to vote for them. So if there will be a tie between the candidates, then we have a second try to break the tie, in which only one country, one vote counts. So, but for the first round, we have approval voting. So every country can say for which candidate they support. There are no votes, and also, like, you can of course abstain, but abstention is basically like not a yes vote. So we're only counting yes votes. Is there any questions to the election method? I don't hear any. In that case, I would call the parties in the order how they are laid out in the pad and ask for their vote. So, Pirate Party of Brazil.
I will vote for myself and Bailey Lemon.
Okay. Pirate Party Catalonia.
We vote in favor of Michael Toledo, Bailey Lemon, Raman, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your surname, sorry, and Julian
bit, please.
Raman and Julian Hafner.
Thank you. And yeah, please do it slowly because we need to take the minutes and it's a little bit confusing for us too. So thank you. So Catalonia voted for Toledo, Bailey, Raman, and Julian. Pirate Party of Chile.
In name of the Chilean delegates that are unable to speak right now, the Pirate Party of Chile supports Julian Hefner, Michal Gill, Bailey Lemon, and Michal Toledo. Thank you.
Thank you. Czech Pirate Party, please.
The Czech supports Michael Toledo, Bailey, Raman, Julian, and myself, Miguel.
I'm waiting for the minutes. Okay, then Pirate Party of France.
So we will vote for Bailey and Julian, M. Toledo, and myself, Florian.
Thank you. Pirate Party Germany.
Okay, Bailey Lemon, Julian Hefner, Michael Gill, Florian Roussel. Okay, no, worst French-speaking person ever is me. And the fifth one, let me see, is Raman.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Israel.
Okay, I'm just gonna make sure our other candidate doesn't have anything else. Okay, so Pirate Party of Israel is voting for Michael Gill, for Julian Hafner, for Michael Toledo, and for Bailey Lamont.
Pirate Party of Russia. Who has the proxy for Russian vote?
I have the proxy for the Russian vote.
Okay. I think actually Alexander is there. He can talk. No. Alexander? You can write in the chat because we can't hear you. Okay, so in the chat, Alexander wrote Bastian, Bailey, Mike, and Julian. Bastian has withdrawn and is not running. So just so you know. Raman, then. Okay. Okay. Pirate Party of Switzerland. I think Carlos have wrote in the chat already. So it's Carlos wrote Michael Toledo, Bailey, Mike Gill, and Julian Hefner. Then United States Pirate Party.
Unfortunately, I did not catch the name, but the Czech person with the username ZBYNEK.
That's his name.
Okay. One vote for him, one for Bailey, and then Michael Toledo.
Thank you. And while we have been voting, we got an email on the PPI board mail from Pirate Party Ukraine, with a message that they have trouble participating in person because of internet outages, and naming me to be on their delegation. So, given that, like PPI board member can confirm that we got that email. And in that case, I would transfer the vote for the Ukrainian Pirate Society votes for Bailey and Mike Gill. Okay, so then we can how the word? Well, count the votes. Something with tate. Tabulate the votes that we're doing. Tabulate. Thank you. So let's see.
And please, everyone, if you can, check what we counted.
So, if I read the tabulation correct, we have 4 candidates that have met the threshold of minimum 50% of the people voted, which would be 6. And that would be Mike Gill, Julian Hefner, Michael Toledo from Brazil, and Bailey Lamont. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Elected, can you please state that you accept the election?
I
I
do.
accept.
I accept.
Okay. So, do we need a small break, or are we ready to go to the alternate member selections? So, okay, then I see nobody asked specifically for a break, so we go for election. Actually, by Switzerland and France asked to go to carry on. So we go to carry on. So we have for the alternate board members candidates election. So we have 1 position to elect, and we have 2 of the candidates already had been introduced in election for the board. We have 2 additional candidates, Carlos and Mia, Carlos Polo from Switzerland and Mia Utz from Germany. So we can continue with introduction of the candidates. So Carlos, please. So Carlos, his microphone is still not working. So Carlos wrote, Carlos Polo, living in Neon 30 apostrophe from Geneva. I have been PPI main representative in Geneva since 2017. Doing my job, I do the international introduction of PPI at UN level. We have been present on a big number of events in 2022 as PPI webpage was updated. All done as benevolent, okay, because as father of 2 and I run a job of 100% in IT, and his micro does not work. So, any questions on Carlos? To Carlos? And Mauricio wrote that he has to leave the meeting. Bye, Mauricio. So, I don't see any questions to Carlos. So, Mia has wrote me a text. She's traveling today and doesn't have internet reception. But I'm asking also, Anne, has Mia also wrote you the text? Because perhaps you can introduce her then?
No, she did not write me anything.
Okay, so give me a second to find it. Oh, it's actually in the group, in the International Coordination Germany group. Anna, have you access to that? Okay, so I read out what she, since I also read out for Carlos, so I just read out. So the following text: I'm Mia Utz from Germany, member in the Pirate Party since 2011. Was working in the founding process of PPU since 2012. I'm one of the two awareness pirates in the Pirate Party of Germany, and I'm a member of the Berlin board of the Pirate Party Germany, Piratenpartei Berlin, and I would like to be more involved in the PPI. Then she added that she is working as a film translator and voice-over actor, and her filmography contains almost 40,000 works, and her languages that she translates from and to are English, French, and Chinese. From Chinese is more from Chinese than into Chinese, and she had been. She also said that she'd been a member in the PPU board, and she made a break and post that because of her own personal choice, and the circumstances have cleared up, and she wants to be a candidate again, and that she is happy to contribute to PPI. Any questions?
Can I just a technical one? Wherever you read this from, if you can copy that to the chat next to Mia. Thank you.
Okay, I will do it while we tabulate the votes. Okay, so are we ready to vote? Then Pirate Party of Brazil. Sorry. So, Pirate Party of Brazil, what is your vote?
I'll vote for Carlos and Mia. Mia, no.
Yes, that's permissible. So again, we have approval voting, so you can vote for as many candidates as you like. Pirate Party Catalonia.
We vote for Roman and Mia.
Pirate Party Chile.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Our delegates had a question. Are we voting for one alternate board member or two?
We have one alternate board member for women's position.
Okay.
But you can vote for as many candidates that you support. So you don't have to vote just for one. You can vote for all four or none. This is up to you. But we will only one with the most votes and support of more than half of the people voting will get the job.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Pirate Party of Chile supports everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Check Pirate Party.
Also everyone.
Pirate Party of France.
Vote for Mia.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Also vote for Mia.
Pirate Party of Israel.
For everyone.
Pirate Party of Russia, I see already entered in the chat, but it's entered in the chat Carlos and Raman. Can you confirm, please, in the chat here, in Mumble or something? Because I'm not sure that the pink color is actually Russia, so. Okay, yeah, there you go. Peperu for Carlos and Raman. Pirate Party of Switzerland is voting for everyone. United States Pirate Party.
Everyone.
And Ukraine also votes for everyone. And their name is not actually Pirate Party, it's a pirate Ukrainian. It's Pirate Society. No, Ukrainian Pirate Society. I think that's the official term. So it looks for me, but let's tally the vote. So all the candidates had made the threshold of minimum 50% of the people voting, but only Mia has got the most votes, which is 10, and is elected as alternate board member. And I have the task to accept on her behalf, so which I do. I need a biological break of 5 minutes.
Can I just make a point of order on the minutes? I was looking it up in the GA that we don't have, it's just an order for alternate board members as long as they pass the threshold. So it's all of them are elected as alternate board members. It's just the order which they would ascend to the board, which means we would need a runoff, I think, between Carlos and Raman for the second alternate board spot.
Yeah, I stop you here. That would be the case if we would have 4 open positions, but we only have one position that it's open because 3 other alternate board members are still elected for a year.
Not true. If you look at the motion that was passed, and I will put the minutes in there, we decided there was no limit on the number of alternate board members.
Okay, that's good news, actually. But still, I'm not aware. I guess it was happened on the GA in summer where I've not been there. Maybe, I'm not sure. Can you put a link if you said you have it already? And still, we need to ask, because the people have thought that we only elect one. Yeah, I see. In the statutes, it doesn't say the number. It says there shall be alternate members of the board. It doesn't say how many.
So I posted in the Mumble the GA minutes from what it was decided in. It was proposal by Vojta to the statutes, and we removed the number of alternate board members, saying only that it should be in ascending order because we might need all of them.
Okay, so I just pro forma, I asked the GA if you agree with that everybody who got more than 50% of the vote casts, which is everyone from these 4 candidates, should be elected as a PPI alternate board member. And if I don't hear any objections, we will proceed so. But does anyone object to that? Okay, so we have a no from Catalonia and also people at the microphone. I was not following who came in what order, so I guess Keith was already there, so Mike?
Sorry, I've been stuck here for God knows how long.
Okay, good. Then Catalonia had posted a no. Was it a no objections or was it no to the proceeding? I meant no objections, just to clarify. Okay, so there's no objection, thank you. Okay, in that case, all four are elected. Okay, so we have a Court of Arbitration election next. And I see in the pad that there are 4 candidates. I would really like to have 5-minute, I would like to ask how we should proceed, because we have still agenda items like election of lay auditors and Court of Arbitration, and then we have 2 motions and as any other business presentation, which I think we will not be able to do in the allotted time till, well, which is only 15 minutes left. So the question is, we can go overtime or we can meet tomorrow again to finish the unfinished business, whatever will be lay unfinished today. So how do you think we should proceed? Oh, okay, and so, okay, I see that there is also a point before we go to the Court of Arbitration, that there is, since we need a ranking in the alternate board members, we need a decision vote who is above by Carlos and Raman, which both got 8 votes, so we need to clarify that too. But still, my question is like how we should proceed. That finish today like on time, or go overtime and move. How is your willingness to meet tomorrow again? So like a straw poll.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, please.
We have a tie between the Raman and Carlos, and the decision who is following it's an alternate member in the board. We need the rank, right?
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah. I was saying a lot of things on the same time. Apologies for being not clear. Before we moving to the Court of Arbitration election, we will have additional round of breaking the tie between Raman and Carlos. But my question is still how you want to proceed today. So I read like Carlos want to go shopping, but also Alexander says let's try to do everything today. It's not much.
Can I?
Yes, please.
I would like to ask if somebody is willing to adopt the first motion, because if nobody's gonna speak on that because it was proposed by I have no idea whom, somebody called CWIZ on discourse. If that one disappears because nobody wants to support it, then I would suggest that we continue and finish today. But I have no idea if it's somebody present here who proposed that or not. Thanks.
It's a pirate from Russia, as I understand. So, okay, it's a lot of questions at the same time. So, I would really like. We don't know how much we will get, how fast we will go. If we start discussing a motion, it can take a time. I would rather not limit our freedom to do so. But so that I am asking, actually, let me do the straw poll like formally. Like calling the countries and ask what they prefer. Brazil, what do you prefer? Moving on, or like trying to get everything done today, or moving stuff to tomorrow too?
Try to do everything today.
Today. Catalonia.
we prefer to continue tomorrow, but in any case, we are not able to continue in this meeting, neither today, neither tomorrow. So we are going to delegate on PPI France.
Okay, Chile.
Chile prefers to continue tomorrow after the vote on the priority of the alternate board members, but also I wanted to suggest to use the voting channels in Mumble instead of doing a roll call. Thank you.
This is actually a good thing. Sorry I have forgot about them. So please, delegates, move into the voting channels. Yes, no, abstain, and then we can have it faster.
And what do they mean? Yes and no. Yes,
okay, yes
to continue.
Means continue today. No means go for tomorrow. Well, postpone to tomorrow. And abstain, no opinion, or either way. I think United States and Ukraine is missing, and I don't have a hard opinion of Ukraine. So okay, so we have 5 people for continuing today, 3 people for moving tomorrow. So we will continue today as far as we go and try to get through everything efficiently. So let's do then. So move back to the official delegate channel, and we continue with the tie-breaking tie-breaking poll between Raman and Carlos. Pirate Party of Brazil, you only have 1 vote.
Raman.
Pirate Party of Brazil, Raman. Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Raman, and for the matter, we delegate in France, and well, see you soon.
Yes, we heard that. So yeah, Pirate Party of Catalonia delegates the vote to France when they are not here. So Pirate Party of Chile.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, sorry. We vote for Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Pirate Party Czech Republic.
Raman, obviously.
Obviously Raman. Pirate Party of France.
Raman.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Raman.
Pirate Party of Israel.
We abstain.
Pirate Party of Russia. And Switzerland can also start typing. They're typing in the pad, I remember, right? So Alexander, your vote, Raman or Carlos? So Pirate Party of Russia wrote Carlos. Pirate Party of Switzerland, I guess Carlos, but I'm not sure. And United States Pirate Party. So Pirate Party of Switzerland said Raman.
Raman.
Raman. Okay. So Raman got 7 votes and is higher ranked than Carlos. Okay. Then I would like to move to Court of Arbitration elections. So we have currently in the pad 4 candidates. Is this correct? Have we missed anyone? The candidates that are written are Zbigniew Mucha, Enrique Herrera Noya, Manuel Caicedo, and Raman Oya.
Can I just say something very quickly?
Yes.
So I just would like to point out that in line with our domestic procedures of a Czech Pirate Party for nomination for the position, I have not officially been nominated nor accepted the nomination of the for the Court of Arbitration. So in this case, I would not be eligible to run for the position unless I am sponsored by our party. In that case, I would be willing to consider running for the position, provided for that not all positions are filled up.
Stop you right there. Since you've been elected to alternate board member and you accepted that, you cannot be on the Court of Arbitration as well, unless you step down from being alternate member right now. So, which is, I guess, would be the shortest shortest term of alternate board member we have. So you are not running for the Court of Arbitration member. So we have 3 candidates here. Or any other nominations?
Manuel, go first, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say for the record that Raman was nominated by the Pirate Party of Chile, but we understand both the procedural and internal conflicts that would entail. So we accept the technical withdrawal and we apologize for the misunderstanding.
Can you clarify? I was trying to write it down, but I didn't get the meaning.
Thank you, Mike, for the. I was trying to say that for the record, Raman was nominated by the Pirate Party of Chile.
Now I get it. So,
we understand the problems that would entail, so we understand that it has to be removed, and we apologize for the misunderstanding.
yeah, thank you. Sorry, I didn't get it.
Okay.
So if I may, I would like to submit Cedric for the Court of Arbitration.
This is good. Cedric is okay with that?
Yes, he is. Great. He can speak for himself. I think he's still around. Yes, he's in listeners.
Yes, I agree with that. That was whispering. I could not understand it, but I get that you agree.
Oh, and last minute, I didn't check my messages, but we have another Frenchman interested, Vincent Dourou, also for the Court of Arbitration.
Can you type it so we have the correct spelling?
Yes, I will.
I was just gonna say that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Any other nominations? Well, since we do have 2 new candidates, I would really, and I need really a biological break for like a long time already. So I call for now for 10-minute break, and then we go and continue everything else in one go. Okay? So we meet again at it's 1710 minutes on UTC, or 10 past 6 in CET, or just like in 9 minutes now from now. I was talking too long. Okay?
May I have a technical question before that, so we can use the break
Yeah.
to solve it? It was just pointed out to me by Raman that Zbigniew, who is running for the COA, was also elected as the alternate. But before, I didn't really get the kid's explanation how the alternates are actually working now. I don't really remember from last time. So Keith, if you're still here, can you clarify how does it work?
Yeah, so I'll explain. So I looked over the minutes of the GA from, it was about 3 years ago, and I posted it in the Mumble. The decision was we previously only allowed 4 alternate board members in our statutes, and Vojta proposed the motion that we remove the number of alternate board members and just have an ascending order, which was approved. So that now leaves us with the situation of having an unlimited number of alternate board members who would ascend as needed to the place of the board, and in an order, in an ascending order. Now, what wasn't entirely clear is if that ascending order, how it goes based on when you were elected as an alternate board member. So, for example, we have alternate board members who were elected in the prior GA, that presumably I would guess they would be the first in line for board positions.
But I assume that during the board work, we'll just all treat them the same as we did so far, until we do something about the statutes and clear stuff up, I suppose.
Yeah, so I'm going to post those, the minutes, and I'm going to quote the statute change. But it just says that we removed the number of alternate board members, and they said that they should be elected in ascending order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have new elected alternate members, and we have still some that still have a year on the term. There's no way we can like shorten that or unelect them, so they're still elected, and then the new one following the order in that they have been elected, I guess. So we have 4 candidates for Court of Arbitration. Any more, or is it done now? And I actually really would like to have that break. So let's meet at 10 past 6, and you can discuss with the delegation how you will vote. Okay, welcome back. So I've been pointed out that I should actually ask the other candidates if they accept, or specifically Zbigniew, who had been elected as a alternate board member, but like maybe still want to run as a court of arbitration. So Zbigniew, what is your position?
Yes, I would like to withdraw from the alternate board members and run the board of arbiters. Needs to be set in motion. I would like to do work there.
Yeah, you need to, if you get elected to the court of arbitration, you automatically quit being alternate board member. But so you'd still, like, no need to withdraw now. You can just like announce that you want to run for the court of arbitration, and in case you're elected, then it will be automatically.
Right.
Okay, so we have as a candidate Zbigniew Mucha from Czech Republic, Enrique Herrera Noya from Chile, Manuel Caicedo also from Chile, Vincent Dureux from France, Cédric Livieux, apologies for the pronunciation, Pirate Party France, and Joe, we would need your last name, please, from Pirate Party United States.
It's in the chat. It's pronounced Honor Oski.
What line in the pad can I find it?
I put it in the chat. I thought I
thank
did,
you.
anyways. Joseph Ondorowski.
Well, thank you. So are we ready to vote? Any objections? Let's do that. Pirate Party Brazil, your vote, please.
Everyone.
Pirate Party Catalonia, which is now delegated to France.
So, yes for everyone.
Pirate Party Chile. I didn't catch it. Was it everyone? Chile, please repeat. Sorry, I didn't get it.
In the meantime, can I ask how Catalonia voted? Everyone. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So Chile, can you please repeat your vote? I see you unmuted, but we can't hear you. So maybe you type it in the pad. Type you in the chat. So Pirate Party Chile, please type your vote in the Mumble chat. And in the meantime, that's everyone here, okay? So Czechia Pirate Party.
We vote Zbigniew, Enrique, Joe, Vincent, and Manuel.
Pirate Party France.
For everyone.
Pirate Party Germany.
Zbigniew, Enrique, Manuel, Vincent und Joe.
Yes.
Apologies, were there 4 of them? Do I have all of them?
Manuel, Zbigniew, Enrique, Manuel, Vincent, and Joe.
Sorry, Manuel as well. Cool, thanks.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Everyone.
Pirate Party of Russia. And also Pirate Party of Switzerland.
If Carlos isn't here anymore, he wrote me in the chat if I could be their proxy.
Okay, I still see him in the Mumble. That's why. But okay, so Pirate Party of Russia. Alexander, your vote.
He typed in the chat a while ago.
Did he? I have not. I missed that. So maybe he wrote it in a different chat and I was like, oh, I'm at the speaker microphone. I cannot see what official delegates typing. That's why. Okay, so I'm moving one down so I can see the chat. Sorry. So okay, so I believe you. So Pirate Party Switzerland.
So presuming Carlos doesn't interrupt me as he asked me to be his proxy, I'll say everyone. If he says different, say it now.
United States Pirate Party.
Everyone.
And Ukrainian Pirate Society, also everyone. So tally, please. So according to the statutes, the Council of the Court of Arbitration shall have between 3 and 7 members, and provision concerning the election to the members of the board and vacancies apply accordingly. So we have, as I see it, it's 6 candidates, right? And all of the candidates have collected more than half of the people voting. So everyone is elected into Court of Arbitration. And I would request that you who is elected, like first I need to ask, do you accept? And then I would, in case you accept, please write your contact details to the board at ppinternational.net so that we can add you to the mailing list and everywhere where it's needed to be. So candidates, are you accept? Okay, Zbigniew, do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you. Is anybody representing Enrique?
I am representing Enrique, and both Enrique and myself accept. Thank you.
Okay, Cedric, and I think Vincent is also not here, so can you?
So I'm currently with Vincent in our Discord. Is searching for the password of the Mumble, but we both accept. If you accept my word for that.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, and Joe, do you accept? Joe, Pirate Party, United States.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute.
No problem. You've been elected to Court of Arbitration. Do you accept?
I do, as the last person.
Yeah, they're all the same level, so no problem.
Well, quick question: was it arbitration?
Yes,
or
it's
was it the
Council of the Court of Arbitration? Yes.
I will humbly accept.
Yeah, there are 6 people elected to that. Congratulations, all. Everybody accept. So we have next is lay auditors. And we have 3 candidates, but Zbigniew will already elected twice now. Yeah, and also Zbigniew stepped down automatically since he accepts. He stepped down from being alternate board member. So we have currently for the lay auditors 3 candidates, but I believe that only 2 of them are valid. Let me check. Actually, the statutes doesn't say. Statute said we need 3 lay auditors shall be appointed by the General Assembly to inspect the accounts of Pirate Party International on a yearly basis. It doesn't say that they should not be hold any other officer position inside PPI. So technically, I guess it's possible. So I'm not sure, but we can proceed with that. And it's not a legal requirement, it's just a requirement from by our own transparency. So we're not required by any national law to have lay auditors. So are there any other candidates than Zbigniew Mucha, Wolf Vincent Lübke, and Noam Kuzar? Bastian, are you at the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would say that it's not possible that to be a member of Court of Arbitration and a lay auditor, because you are there is a case for lay auditing, and you have to judge about that. Therefore,
but there are other cases where they could participate. But yeah, if we have another candidate, would be great. But I'm not pushing anyone.
I would like to push my name forward. Florian Roussel, as lay auditor, please. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're trying to type it into the minutes correctly.
Okay.
Sorry, what was your last name?
Roussel.
Apologies for messing with the minutes.
No problem.
Okay, and then I see somebody typing name Oscar Fernandez from Chile. So we need 3 lay auditors, not 2, not 4, just 3. So I'm asking the candidates, Zbigniew, are you still running as a lay auditor, being elected now already twice today?
Yes, I am. Possible. Thank you.
Okay, good. So Wolf Vincent Lübke is not here, I guess. At least I don't see so.
I'm here.
Oh, you're done. Okay. Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. My name is Vincent. I'm from Germany. I'm a pirate since 2009. Since 2017, I'm the treasurer of the Pirate Party of Lower Saxony. And I was a member of the board as General Secretary in the Pirate Party of Germany from 2021 to 2022. So if you have any question, please ask.
Okay, any questions? Then I would ask Noam to the microphone.
I believe Noam left us just a little while ago and asked me to take his place, so I just speak on his behalf. So Noam was been the head of Pirate Party of Israel off and on. He is a leader of a multi-million-dollar nonprofit organization, and is exceptional at financing and finance topics.
Okay, any questions? Then next candidate is, I'm sorry. Is Florian? Go ahead, please.
Yes, so I'm basically a treasurer for the French Pirate Party. I'm currently studying finance and economics, and so lay auditor is also something I like to do, and which I regularly do for the French Pirate Party.
Any questions to Florian? Then next is Oscar.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Oscar is not available for the moment, but I can fill in his behalf. Oscar Fernandez is currently the national treasurer of the Pirate Party of Chile, and his previous post within the party was national secretary also of the Pirate Party of Chile. So he has been for the last 3 or 4 years held high-ranking positions within the party. Thank you.
Okay, any questions to Oscar or to Manuel? I don't hear any, then I think we're ready to vote.
Just a quick thing before we start work.
Zbigniew, please.
Yeah. After the consultation with others, I would like to withdraw from this election.
Thank you. So Zbigniew is not a candidate. So we have four candidates: Wolf Vincent Lübke, Noam Kuzar from Israel, Florian Roussel, and Oscar Fernandez. So we need to elect 3 lay auditors. So can we prepare the vote, copy the table? Thank you. So, Pirate Party Brazil, your vote, please.
Oscar Fernandez.
Pirate Party Catalonia, like now transferred to France.
All candidates.
Everyone. Pirate Party Chile.
Sorry, Pirate Party of Chile votes for Wolpin Selke, Noam Kusar, and Oscar Fernandez. Thank you.
Who was the first one? Sorry.
The first one was Vincent, right?
Yes, the first one was Vincent, sorry.
Thank you.
Czechia.
Vote for everyone.
Pirate Party of France.
Everyone.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Also everyone.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Yeah, we vote for Noam.
Pirate Party of Russia votes for everyone. Pirate Party of Switzerland. Who has the vote? I forgot.
I believe Israel has the vote.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. So Israel, how is Switzerland voting on that? Keith? Keith, we need your vote again for Switzerland. Okay, move forward. United States Pirate Party.
I would like to vote for Vincent and Noam. I would like our newly elected French candidate to focus on being our leader.
Ukrainian Pirate Society votes for everyone. And now maybe Keith, can you hear us? How is Switzerland is voting?
Sorry about that. I had a call from Israel just in that. So I guess Switzerland votes for everyone.
Thank you. So let's tally the votes. So we have, is it done?
Yep.
So we have 10 votes for Noam and 7 votes for Florian, 9 votes for Vincent and Oscar. So in that case, Noam, Vincent, and Oscar are elected. Because we have 3 positions and everybody made the cut, but only those 3 have been elected. Congratulations. Do you accept?
Yes.
Vincent accepts. Noam?
And Noam just wrote to me on email, so yes, he accepts.
And Oscar?
Through a direct message, Oscar accepts too.
Great. We have all officers selected. So we
Congratulations to everybody. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. So we have 2 motions and 1 any other business on the agenda. Should I continue, or Betty, or would you like to take over again?
No, go for it.
Okay. So we have the first motion is been put into the GA forum by a Russian pirate, but I must ask, is it supported, like, is it sponsored by Pirate Party of Russia, or is it a private initiative? Or is there any country that would like to adopt it on the spot? So I don't hear.
Wait a second.
So Alexander,
I've maybe missed something, but I think you made a mistake in the report.
I did. Okay, let me finish that very quickly because we need an answer from Alexander.
Okay, sorry.
Alexander, the question is if Pirate Party Russia is actually proposing that motion about the Z library, or is it just a private initiative? And in case it's just a private initiative, is there any country, national party that would like to adopt that motion? And I've been pointed out, going back to the election results, that I made a mistake that Florian had been elected. Why? I said Noam, Vincent, and Oscar had been elected.
Yeah, apologies. Mistake. It's been fixed.
It's been fixed. Okay, so still Vincent, Noam, and Oscar have been elected. I see. Okay, I said something earlier before, but the votes are like that. So sorry, so not Oscar. So then the question is Florian accept? No. I would have been right. Noam, we asked Oscar, Noam, and Vincent, everybody accept. Thank you. So Alexander. So Alexander said that the motion is been adopted by the Pirate Party, but it's not worded well. And this is correct. It's as it's worded currently, there is no call for action. There is not really anything that can be like it's not a statement of support. It's like that we want like to write a statement of support. So is anybody able to fix this? And it also contains a link, which is like not really. So currently it says text 2 individuals arrested in Argentina for running the pirate project Z library. They are now detained in Cordoba and facing an extradition to the US. Z library mission is to collect all human knowledge despite of copyright. Here's some additional info on how to access Z library. And then there's a link. Can we provide them support and to condemn the extradition to the United States? So currently, as it's worded, it's not really a motion, but we stand happily corrected if somebody is different opinion. So Mike was first, I think, and then Bastian.
First, I would assume that the capital P in the word pirate doesn't mean that they are members of Pirate Party. Am I right? I believe. And yeah, I don't really know much about this, but based on the description that they're just collecting books left and right without absolutely any regard of the copyright, that's not really the stance that I would support or that the Czech pirates support. Like, copyright is a fact and we're trying on the European level to ease it, but like to get rid of it altogether is a way too radical for us, I would say. But we don't really have any opinion as a delegation on this. We didn't speak about it, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of this motion.
So I think the question that is formulated is, can we provide them support and to condemn the extradition to the United States? So this is currently something that we can vote upon. Before that, it's just a description. But yeah, Bastian?
Yeah, thank you. As you maybe remember, we spoke about that motion and in our international coordination team, and I think we said yes, we support it. So I think the German parts sponsor this motion, and we can formulate it a little bit better. There's only 2 words, I think. But to be detained in Cordoba and to extradition to US is not a goal we are fighting for. The pirates are united against that things. This is not comparable to Julian Assange, but it's the same procedure. So I sponsor for the German pirate that we do that little bit wording. I think the chair can do that. It's very easy. That library is not a crime. Thank you.
Well, the motion is already sponsored by Pirate Party Russia, but they admit that it's not worded well. So maybe somebody has a good suggestion how to word it good, so it can state the support to the Z library. I'm not sure how to tell it, operators or providers, and to condemn the extradition to the United States or something like that. So maybe somebody can work on that. Any suggestion or any other opinions first? Anyone rushing to the microphone? Mike? Oh, Mike went away. So Manuel, sorry. Manuel, please.
Thank you. Two things. First, the Chilean delegation supports the motion, given that to put it in another terms is like a supporter of pirate ideals that to some degree is the core of this issue, was arrested in, let's say, I mean, supposing that we are on Geneva, he was arrested on Stockholm and is being extradited to China, to Beijing. So the notion that, as Bastian said, that a country which has the jurisdiction of copyright is going to the other side of the globe to basically catch someone infringing those laws. Forgive me, but that is not the purpose of copyright protection. So, as Bastian, if there is something that all pirates from Chile to Japan can agree of the copyright regime, and these actions are the complete opposite of humanizing and socializing the copyright system. So that's our opinion. But we wanted to ask if it's only the question stated on discourse, the one that is giving mixed signals to some delegations, or is it some of the context? That we would like to know, at least for it to propose any modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Joe?
There were additional charges, the wire fraud and money laundering. But I would have to say that looking at the way this is worded, they're just trying to throw the whole book at them, pun intended, to basically just get them extradited up north to the United States. I'd have to say our stance of copyright is very much against it in the United States. I'm just curious about what the other charges are, is my question.
The first link from the justice.gov that's linked in the forum. I have not read it in detail, but I guess it would give some detail about all the breadth of the charges, I hope. And Bastian is on the microphone again.
Yeah, I put a proposal for the motion on the chat of that mumble, and if it's okay, I would put it in our minutes pad.
Thank you. Please do.
Thank you, Bastian.
And also, like on a personal note, to answering to Joe, the Z library is a complete advertisement-free project. They're not selling premium memberships or anything. So, accusing them of money laundering, of course, it's possible that something had been operating, but it's really not obvious what money could be laundered in any way, because they basically have not touched any money.
So it's just additional charges for no particular reason. Sounds like the US.
Okay, so we have a proposal. So anyone else want to speak? So the updated text, as proposed by Bastian currently with Pirate Party Germany, is the PPI is strictly against extraditing the 2 people interned in Cordoba, Argentina, to the United States because of their involvement with the platform Z Library. Z Library mission is to collect all human knowledge despite of copyright. It feels like some finishing sentences is missing, but just me.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
Copyright is the death of innovation, and with us moving forward, I would like us to not only condemn the extradition, but to further use it as an opportunity to push our stance on copyright.
And you can burn in jail for 20 years if you do so bad things. Yeah, last words. Please vote for that. Thank you.
So okay, is the text final now? Is it like, or anyone feels like something should be added? Was it Mike or who was it?
Yeah, I'm waiting at the microphone.
Yeah, you are, but you're camping up there quite often.
Yeah, no, sorry, it's the minute. I just wanted to say that the Czech delegation will abstain on this because we feel that we by far don't have enough information to take a stance for or against an extradition of somebody if we have absolutely no idea what they actually committed and what they are accused of. And I feel that nobody really adopted this wholeheartedly enough to explain us the situation. If somebody has more information on this topic, I would like to hear it. But at the moment, I can't, with clear conscience, vote for condemnation of an act I don't know anything about. Thank you.
Okay. So is this, so I don't hear anyone commenting on the text anymore. So we can move to actually voting on that. So I'd like to prepare the motion in the pad, the voting template in the pad. Okay, so we have it in the minutes currently written like that. So motion title is support for Z library. The text of the motion is PPI GA issued the following statement. The PPI is strictly against extraditing the two people interned in Cordoba, Argentina to the United States because of their involvement with the platform Z library. Z library mission is to collect all human knowledge despite of copyright. Period. Is this correct, so, Bastian?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any questions left unanswered? Moving on to voting. Pirate Party Brazil.
Yes.
Pirate Party Catalonia. Currently the vote is delegated to France.
Can we just move to the channel voting?
Oh yes, sorry. Thank you again. It's getting late, so please move to the voting channels.
Can I ask against it? Like for the minute takers, it's worse.
It takes longer time. You mean?
Yeah, because not everybody has clear names, and like it's way easier to just go through everybody and let them vote.
Also,
for me, but
some delegations have more than one vote now. So
especially with the delegations now, yeah.
You can still move to the yes to the voting channels for visual help for us to see it, but I still go and ask all countries one by one. Okay. So Pirate Party Catalonia. So France can answer, please, for Pirate Party Catalonia.
I'll abstain.
Pirate Party of Chile.
We vote yes.
Czechia.
Abstention.
France.
Yes.
Germany.
Yes, in favor.
Israel.
Yes.
Russia. And it's in the yes channel. Switzerland.
I'll vote for Switzerland. Abstain.
United States.
Yes.
Ukraine abstains. So it's 7 yes votes and 4 abstentions. Motion has passed.
Thank you.
So next motion on the agenda is received today in the morning from Pirate Party Ukraine. On the support of Ukraine. Should I read it out, or had you had the opportunity to read it already?
I didn't really have the chance to read it, so if you can, it would probably help.
No problem. I read it, and it's my translation. So so apologies if it's something not really clear, but I guess it will be. So, the dear friends and colleagues of PPI, the Pirate Party of Ukraine is calling the PPI-JA to adopt the following resolution. Due to the military actions of the Russian and Belarusian regimes against the democratic state of the Ukraine and its citizens, PPI expressed with this open letter its full support, sympathy and solidarity with our friends, colleagues and the people of Ukraine. Cooperation, dialogue, tolerance, mutual support and democracy are firmly believed in our community of pirates. We condemn the brutal invasion of Ukraine, the killing of its citizens, and the imprisonment of protesters in Russia and Belarus. As a global community committed to fully developing human freedoms, we stand for human rights, freedom and democracy, and call on all parties concerned to do the same. We offer all possible assistance in this situation to the Ukrainian pirates, as well as to all people of Ukraine who are suffering from war and fighting for freedom. Our thoughts are also with our colleagues in Russia and Belarus who are forced to watch but are powerless to help in the face of the government-initiated aggression against their and our principles. We are free people, but the current situation affects all of us, both citizens of Europe and members of the PPI family. Sadly, we have to admit that the current situation does not allow us to continue our activities in cooperation with Russia and Belarus at the national representative level. PPI will no longer organize events in Russia and Belarus, and PPI board members will not accept invitation to speak or participate in events in these countries. As a democratic organization, PPI understands that Russian and Belarusian aggression causes collateral damage to all people of goodwill worldwide. Therefore, PPI will not hinder individual assistance to Russian and Belarusian colleagues to accessing critical information or freely sharing knowledge. We trust that our friends and colleagues in Russia and Belarus who condemn this war will understand this and support PPI's approach. With this statement and our action, we show solidarity with friends, colleagues, and families affected by this terrible humanitarian tragedy. We join others in calling for an end to this war and respect for democracy and international humanitarian law. So, anyone wants to speak on that? I see in the chat a notice from Alexander. The PPI Party Russia suggests to modify for adding official government to representative in events. So in the paragraph it says the PPI board members will not accept invitation to speak or participate in events in these countries, meaning like official events in this country, like organized by governments. Anyone else? I see Manuel and Mike at the microphone.
I'm fairly sure I was first, if I may.
Yes, I'm also sure you've been first.
I wanted to say something as Alexander just did, because this sentence is fairly prohibitive for him, because it simply stops him from speaking at any event in his home country, which is nonsense. So it has to be clarified that it talks about official events organized by the government or whatever, however Alexander wants to phrase it, that he would be fine with, because for the opposition parties in Russia, it's like the situation is already prohibitive enough without us giving them more obstacles to jump over.
Manuel and then Joe.
Thank you, Gary. I just wanted to repeat the words Alexander said when delivered me the proxy at when it happened. That he said, "I would like to ask to change the wording in one of the sentences. There is a statement saying PPI would not organize and participate in events in Russia or Belarus. I would like to ask to change the wording from events to government or regime co-organize events, because Pirate Party of Russia participates in events, stating its position against war and for freedom, and still co-organizing freedom-related events." So on the same line of what Mike said, and I would go further, saying that we shouldn't, as an organization, as PPI, we shouldn't adhere to the idea that because Putin's regime is attacking Ukraine, all of Russian and Belarusian civil society should be taken as proxies of Putin, because we all know here that that is not the case. So, for example, when Ukrainian, Russian, and Belarusian organizations or individuals won the Nobel Peace Prize, the idea that those people should have to reject the prize in Russia and in Belarus, because that would mean that those countries would receive the prize, is not coherent, not the appropriate way of handling this catastrophe of a war. So at least we, as the Chilean delegation, wholeheartedly support the idea of both preserving this motion as it is stated, with the exception of the exclusion of civilian population on the organization of events, and particularly in the case of pirates in those countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Joe?
I would have to say Mike and Manuel said it very eloquently, exactly what I was going to say. We should be organizing more events, not less, in those countries. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So do you have, like also as a native speaker, a suggestion of how precisely word this sentence?
We should be organizing more events in order to help our family over in those countries, as opposed to supporting those with freedom and those in the pursuit of freedom and happiness.
Okay, so can you? It's a different twist, Joe. So I understand Alexander wrote the suggestion that would read the sentence or the end of the sentence: PPI board members will not accept invitation to speak or participate in governmental organized events in this country, or events organized by governments, right? But maybe it sounds better. And the suggestion from Joe, we should organize more and not less events. How would you word that precisely so we can vote on that? And best you write it down.
In showing solidarity to our pirate family, we will be looking to organize more events in order to promote freedom in the pursuit of happiness.
Joe, can you type it in the pad directly or in the chat of Mumble? And an announcement, Keith wrote that since it's gotten very late in Japan, where he is, he said like he's checking out of the conference. We agree with the motion except for the boycotting events in the country. Manuel has now our vote moving forward, and Mike is taking over proxy for Switzerland. So just to announce that. So Keith, thank you very much for being here and have a good sleep. Okay, so
May I?
yes, please. Sorry.
I would just like to say that I will be fine with any text that the Russian pirates will be fine with, because it's about them mostly being limited by any text we come up with. So if Alexander is fine with the final text, I'm probably gonna be fine with it as well. Since we don't really have the Ukrainians here to like support their position why they want to prohibit any participation in Russia and Belarus, I would like to know what the Russian thinks about Russian pirate thinks about these limitations, and let them formulate the final text. Otherwise, I would gladly vote for the majority of this motion, except for this section about limiting our Russian colleagues' situation even further than it already is.
So as Alexander wrote in the chat, he can apparently not talk anymore. That he said, I would like to remind you that Pirate Party Russia condemned Putin's invasion instantly. And it was like really before they even invaded on the first day. And also that they are going to organize events, and like Pirate Party Russia is going to reorganize or like repeatedly organize the Crypto Install Fest, which is a conference in Moscow, which already had been organized like 2 times or something, and is a of the last one actually. Navalny was presented as a surprise guest and spoke there. So it's a opposition event, and it's like that what Alexander wrote. So I incorporated the sentence like from line 909 into the motion. So Alexander, given the time that we're already like over an hour over time now, are you okay with that wording like it's now in the pad?
May I suggest one more word to change?
Suggest?
Participate in events organized by governments of these countries instead of in.
That makes total sense. So Alexander, are you okay with that change sentence? Well, actually, it was his suggestion, so probably, yeah. Okay, he said he can't see it right now, but he trusts the wording that's been read out. So, any other questions, or are we ready to vote? I'm sorry, I see PR02 at microphone.
Yes, hi. Daniel from the German delegation. I would ask the GA to refrain a bit from putting too much, not only restrictions, but also explanations about what the pirates in Russia or Belarus will have to do in the future or will not have to do in the future into a text that is internationally agreed upon. It puts them under a lot of pressure, and if we even do a little of PR work with this, it might even pop up for Russian officials and put them in danger. So maybe we go a bit softer on that part of the text, and I'm really fine with everything else, but I see really the risk in making them look bad for their government.
Which text part precisely are you referring to?
Where we talk about the pirate colleagues in those countries.
Like, our thoughts are also with our colleagues in Russia and Belarus, who are coerced to watch but are powerless to help in the face of government-initiated aggression against their and our principles.
Yes, on that part, it's I think it's meant very well, but I see the risk that in different eyes it could paint a target on their backs.
If I may, I understand what you're saying. The text is from the Russian point of view, from the standpoint of from the Russian government. This text calls this aggression war twice, and it's already that it's called war is not official position of the state of the Soviet Union, of the of the Russian Federation, and so passing that already is like, if they want to find anything to use against our friends and any other opposition members in Russia, they already had that and have that for many times. So by participating in this GA as a whole, we basically give them more ammunition, but they already have a lot of ammunition. And the choice is like not to make a stance at all, or take in account that this brings some small risk with them. And as Alexander already pointed out, Pirate Party of Russia already condemned the Russian invasion in the Ukraine and called it like that in the very beginning of that operation. Okay, I have to see two people at the microphone. I'm not sure who was first now.
I'm afraid Mike was first.
Okay, Mike?
Why afraid? No. There's one more part I'm not really fan of, and I don't know what the Alexander's stance would be. Before the section that we spoke about now, it says that the PPI will no longer organize events in Russia or Belarus. Why is it there? I don't really see the point of that. Not that we organize anything in Russia or Belarus, but why wouldn't we theoretically? I don't really know why this is there.
Bastian?
Yeah, I cannot see any point that we should wear velvet gloves, right? Yeah, every pirate is in Russia is in jail or identified. There is no risk anymore for the pirates in Russia because it's a fascistic state now. So we can write what we want. There's no extraordinary risk for pirates in Russia. They know them every is known. So normally the living pirates are outside of Russia. So yeah, it's the text is quite okay. We need no amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Or is it still in? Oh, Mike. Sorry, Mike. You still at the microphone, or you at the microphone again?
Both.
Okay, so
I would like to know what Alexander thinks about the sentence I just mentioned, that PPI won't organize any events, because that might mean that he'll be organizing an event under the name of PPI and Moscow University or whatever, and now we prohibit him from doing that. But I don't really care. I would say it's up to him. But I would love to hear from him before we vote, so we don't vote on something that he will hate later.
Sander said, I think we will organize event in the name of PPI, Russia, not the PPI. Okay, I think that answers the question, so let's start voting. And this is, yeah, we can please move to the voting channels.
Justify, I'm still preparing the vote, so I'm not watching the voting channels.
Yeah, I will tell you. So Pirate Party Brazil votes yes. Pirate Party Catalonia.
Nobody's writing that down. I'm still preparing the vote.
Sorry, wrong line. Oh, correct line, sorry. So Brazil, yes. What about Catalonia? Pirate Party France is yes. Pirate Party France, how is Catalonia voting?
Yes.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Chile is yes. And Pirate Party. So what is Czechia? How's Pirate Party Czechia?
Yes.
Pirate Party of France is yes. Pirate Party of Germany is yes. Pirate Party of Israel is yes. Pirate Party of Russia is a yes. Pirate Party of Switzerland. I think, Mike, you have the vote.
I believe so. I have no instructions, so let's abstain. But yeah.
Okay, United States Pirate Party is a yes, and so is Ukrainian Pirate Society is also a yes. So it's with one abstention, and it's basically unanimously. Motion passed. It's in the minutes now. It's a mess up, but okay. Let me delete this superfluous thing. Okay, so then we're done with that topic. Motion adopted. We have any other business put forward by Keith, but Keith is already gone. So I'm quite sure that we cannot make it today. Or anyone else have a different opinion? Well, so I would like to get back to Bailey, as she opened the GA to like be able to close it, and I have to go now.
All right. Hello again, everybody. So it looks like we are at the end, aren't we?
So, just a comment.
Yep.
PPI needs assessment summary. So it's a good idea from Keith. So we can take it into account, and maybe we would send it to all our members, because it's very important that we have all the information of our members and even of our new boards members and the other office members. So it's very, very important that we collect that initial data, and so I do that for you, for you wheelchairs, and maybe somebody is listening to the recording. Please give us the information you have. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Bastian. Yeah, so the needs assessment survey, that was something that you might have remembered from a couple years ago. This was led by Linda from the Pirate Party Norway, and it was just like a survey on the PPI website. We were just asking for input from the membership, and you guys answered. You guys gave us a lot of input, and yeah, so there's a lot of really interesting information there, and so we definitely encourage you to have a look at it. And yeah. Does anybody have any questions?
Je vais réussir à couper.
What's that, Flory?
Yes. Sorry. I wanted just to add something else, but Manuel asked the mic before me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I've just been kind of looking around at the pad and stuff. But yeah, okay. So Manuel and then Flory.
Next, Flory. I just wanted to say on behalf of Keith, and just like Bastian said, and you said too, Bailey, this we wanted to present the needs assessment as a way of showing you that we have been doing as much as we can on recollecting information about the needs of each one of our ordinary members and observers, to try to keep the idea of an international movement around pirate ideas going and flowing, and as Bailey said before, supporting you in every way we can. This would also be a good moment to kind of remind you of that we exist, and not only on our General Assembly. So if there is something there that you think we could enhance, support, contribute, or there is something that is not there that we should know, you know how you can reach to us. And at the same time, if anyone wants to help with your time or your means to try to materialize any of these projects, or helping the overall work of PPI, feel free to do so. And I also support what Bastian said, that everyone that got that was elected for an office within PPI, that please let the board know your basic information contact, so that those offices can work as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Manuel. Flory.
Yes, what I wanted to say is that thank you for electing me as a chair of the International Pirate Party. I wanted to ask every member of the board and of the actual board, the oldest and the newest, to keep just to send me a message. I want to know each of you, and I want to speak with each of you, and I want to work with each of you, and I want that we work together in the better way. So please, if it is possible, to have a meeting with everyone, member of the board of the PPI. I have to know you and to know what you want to do in this board, in this new board, half new board. And then I really want to thank you for all for this election and for this day. And thank you, Bailey. And we will work together, and I know we will talk together. So thank you, Bailey, for all that you've done for the last years in this board, and I hope that I will be as strong as you were for leading this organization, at least for 1 year and 2 years, and after. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Flory. And I want to thank you all just for your support and your confidence over the years. And it means more than you know. And it's been a huge honor. And I'm very honored that I've been elected to the board. So, as I said, it's not goodbye. I'm very excited to continue to work on the board, in a new role. And I think that we can do really, really great things together. Bastian?
Yeah, last question. I'm feeling that we are have a kind of turning point now. So that's why I'm asking if it's okay for me to make the changes in the wiki, web, and our tech assets. If not, I will wait for the new people. Thank you.
Would you like to make those changes?
Well, normally it's my duty, but I have no idea whether it's going on in the future.
Well, okay, so obviously, our chair and new board members, you guys obviously, this is a time to speak up if you have feelings about it. But Bastian, I personally, I say, I think you should go for it. Just speaking as chair of this meeting and former chair. Hey, Joe.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm saying that as like, you know, one of the chairs of this meeting, just outgoing chair. Yeah, so I personally say go for it. I don't know if people agree. Mike?
I also feel it's my duty as I'm still the secretary until the first board meeting. So I will definitely help Bastian to amend everything so the information everywhere is current based on today. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Well, does anybody have anything that you would like to say before we close the meeting?
Yes, it was enormously awesome. Hey Joe, so I put you the Jimi Hendrix song on our chat. Forgive me.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Never go wrong with a little Hendrix. All right. Well, if there's nothing else to add, then okay, we got Manuel and we've got Mike in the speakers room.
I think Mike was first.
No, sorry, that was just Remnant.
Mike
Okay, thank you.
loitering in the speaker room. Go for it,
I
Manuel.
always say something and I do not immediately have to write it down, so I always forget to leave. So sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
So I just wanted to say congratulations to all those who got elected. We have plenty of confidence that you will do a lot of good work and good travel on your posts, and I really hope to see all members that participated today to see you again in our internal institutions and contributing to the development of the organizations and basically welcome a pirate party of friends for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Yes, thank you to everybody, and congrats to everybody. Yeah, so okay, if there's nothing else, then I think we can close the meeting. Thank you all so much for being here today. This was really long, but we got through it, and wish all of you the best. Hope you have a nice Saturday and a nice Sunday too. You don't have to do this tomorrow. It's the plus side of going as long as we did today. So yes, everybody have a wonderful weekend and keep in touch with us, whether you were elected to a position or not. You know, please stay in touch, work with us, you know, participate. PPI is a member driven organization, and really would love to see all the members getting involved. And I think, yeah, like I said, I think we can do really, really awesome things together. And yeah, thank you again. Have a wonderful weekend. All the best. Stay safe. Love to everybody.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank
Take
you.
care,
See you
You're
guys.
welcome.
See you soon.
See you. Bye
Bye,
bye.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.